Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us at the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners work session on Tuesday, August 4th. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry, Vice Chair. Also in the room with me and at a far greater distance than 6 feet is Commissioner Patty Clapper and Jordan Batcheldor from our IT team helping us with the Zoom webinar. And we're doing our best to adhere to the City of Aspen's mask ordinance. So we'll have our masks on the best we can unless we're just having a sip of water throughout the meeting. And then joining us from home are Commissioners George Newman, Greg Poshman, and our Chair, Steve Childs, as well as our County Manager, John Peacock. And I will go ahead and turn the meeting over to Steve Child.
Thank you, Kelly, and thank you, Kelly and Patty, for wearing your masks as per the City of Aspen order. Let us know how it works. And if you sound like you're mumbling or whatever, we'll understand. So first on our agenda this afternoon is a COVID-19 update with John Peacock. Take it away, John.
Steve. I'm going to go ahead and try and share my screen here. Let's see. Are you seeing my screen now?
Yes, we are.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, so we had scheduled an hour for this today, and I think that was before I knew that we were also going to be doing a COVID update with the City of Aspen. So we'll see how much of our time we use. I don't want to do a repetitive presentation for you. And so what I do want to talk about today is typically we would go over some data and the changes in the public health orders and such. We're going to have Josh and Karen join us for the beginning of the joint meeting with City Council to address those items. But there are a few items still that I wanted to go over with the board today. The first item is going to be the Federal Coronavirus Task Force has issued new metrics and mitigation steps. And CDPHE is forming a task force. And we just got this email, I think this morning or last night, so it's a pretty short order ask, but they're looking for representatives from local government as well as local public health agencies. So I just want to talk about that for a little bit. Overview of economic indicators. We've got a little bit of new information, not a lot of new information, but that's been an ask of the board on an ongoing basis. And then want to start talking a little bit more strategically about some funding opportunities and get some direction from the board about pursuing funding opportunities and what direction we want to go, and then questions from there. And so last week, the Federal COVID Task Force shared a new set of recommendations that groups states and counties into green, yellow, and red categories based on a set of metrics, things like virus transmission levels, testing positivity rates, so on and so forth, and then suggested a framework of mitigation actions that should be taken given where either a county or a state sits within those levels. CDPHE is looking at forming a task force or a stakeholder group with representatives from public health, healthcare, business, and local government to workshop the following three questions.
Hey, John?
This is Jordan.
Yeah.
Do you mind going back into present mode so we can see it a little bigger?
Oh, I thought I was in present mode.
I think you were, and perhaps you hit escape.
Oh.
Just to the right,
Okay.
to the left of that yellow share button. Yeah,
Is that better?
that's
Oh,
great.
yeah.
Oh, you got me trying to, I was trying to read notes on another screen tile, and I thought I could minimize that. Sorry about that, guys.
Thank you.
So at any rate, the task force is going to be looking at these federal metrics and mitigation steps to see what would apply for Colorado and how they might apply both to the safer at home and protect our neighbor steps going forward. And so we had to respond actually by noon today with interest. And so just so you know, we did submit that either county staff or board representative would be interested. So that's going to be one of my questions for you, as well as staff from our public health agency. But before we go into that, these are a little hard to read. These are screenshots from the report, but you can see the initial report from the task force looks at certain metrics, and Pickens County, if you can see my cursor, is right in here on these different metrics in terms of where we fall on their green, yellow, I guess it's pink and red, you might say. So new cases per 100,000, you can see where we fell in Colorado, and this was issued on July 26th, so the data is a little dated compared to what we're used to seeing on our webpage. Test positivity, it's showing us over 10%, which is not what our data shows, so we saw some data issues here. Weekly change in new cases per 100,000, we're in the green there and yellow. And so what they are proposing is to combine these metrics to have us blend into one color based on the report from July 26th. Pickens County was not listed in the yellow or red. We suspect some of our more recent data may push us into the yellow zone, and then that would have mitigation strategies attached to it. Nationally, again, a little hard to read because of the resolution from the report. You can see Pickens County right here, but nationally, what's happening with these indicators based on the metrics that have been proposed. And no surprise if you've been watching the news about where we have the greater shading of pink and red. At any rate, the real question is, do we have a board representative that would be interested? If not, we will have administrative staff volunteer to be on it. Probably from my office as well as from public health. I think if there is time for a board member, an elected tends to carry more weight in these discussions. So I will open it up from there and take questions.
Kelly?
Thanks, John. I guess I'm wondering, what is the utility of this? We're banging our heads up against the wall a bit, just even with the state coordination about how we count populations, that, why do we want to wade in in a similar conversation at the federal level?
Kelly, thanks for asking that, and I must not have made clear. So what the state is looking at is using these metrics at the state level, as well as the mitigation steps. So these would become some of the new granular measures that we would be held to by the state. And so this task force is actually a state task force that will be making recommendations to CDPHE and public safety about these, whether these metrics should apply to Colorado. We won't have any influence, frankly, on the federal coronavirus task force. So these will potentially become the requirements that we're required to meet under the state public health orders. So thank you for that opportunity. I didn't make that clear, I think, initially. But where they came from was the feds.
So they don't want to listen to us, but they'll listen to the feds.
Well, they are inviting us to the task force.
Steve?
Patty?
Yeah, John, I thought the governor already set up a task force, because we received an invite to apply to it through CCI, and I had talked about it with Jenny?
Ginny?
Yeah, and Patty, I apologize. I don't know the structure or overlap between the task force that was set up by the governor's office and this task force. Like I said, we got this with very short notice to reply with our interest to participate. So we can certainly ask those questions.
Yeah, I think that's a good question to ask. I think that's a good question to ask.
Yeah.
Are we being redundant with our time already stretched so thin, our workload so big? What are we doing here? I mean, what are we doing? So that's one question. The other question I have is looking at your maps that show the state of Colorado and data. We've had issues with data and statistics and how they're being so, just looking at, we had negative 14 cases, what was it, 2 weeks ago, because we had to clean up the data and the statistics. So, I think these are good as kind of giving you some guesstimate, but to rely solely on these numbers when we haven't clarified the difference in local reporting and state reporting, it's still all over the place. So it's really difficult. And the third thing is mitigation. I think it was a great step for us to already plan to have a mitigation plan, even though we weren't required. Just keeps us ahead of the game on that. So I think that's a really good thing. Oh, one more thing. The Protect Our Neighbor was the governor's next phase, which I think took effect July 31st or August 1st. And we had to apply for that. Did they ever figure out how you do that? And were we able to, or did we want to, or are we thinking about it?
Yeah, so in looking at the metrics, Patty, we are not ready to apply based on particularly the new cases per 100,000 in population. And
Okay.
that's one of the concerns we have. I will say we had a good meeting with CDPHE yesterday, and they have asked for us to make a proposal on how we might measure the metrics again. We had it with Eagle and Garfield County public health and managers, so we'll take another run at that.
Okay.
And Patty, I would point out that this is federal data, so now we've got a third set.
Oh, great.
This isn't necessarily the same data that we've been looking at through the state. I think they drew on sources through the CDC and some other sources. And again, we haven't had a lot of time to really look at this, but I do know now you almost have 3 sets of data, our local data, the state data, and then the federal data. And so there may be some value just in terms of reducing confusion if we can agree on metrics and use them. But I don't disagree with you either that it's, I don't know where this fits in with the other task forces that have been created.
So you're telling me we have 3 sets of data now, metrics, and John, I'm gonna ask you a really silly question. Are any of them the same? The numbers?
So the some of our data with CDPHE is getting aligned well on the number of cases attributed to the county. I think we've got good cleanup and
Okay.
process there. Our test positivity rates we're still working on because it looks like the state database did not include a number of negative tests. So they got all the positive tests through AVH, but they did not get all the negative
negatives.
tests through AVH. So it makes our test positivity rate look higher, and I suspect that is data that's fed up into this federal database, because we have not been above 10% according to our own data. And that would put us in the yellow there. So we're working on cleanup there, but that has been a good process. So we're getting synced up on that, Patty.
That's good to hear.
Yeah. On the federal level, it's a lot more difficult for me to answer that question because I don't know their sources.
Okay. So I have a question then. So I was sent to Valley View for a test because it was a rapid. It was negative. So did my test and negative result come back to Pitkin County because that's my place of residence?
In theory, it should, Patty,
Okay.
but that's what we're not clear on, how that's been measured. Because we know that there's been AVH data missing on the negatives, and there's, testing happening. So AVH is testing Eagle and Garfield County residents, and Valley View is testing Pitkin, Eagle,
Right.
and Garfield County residents. And so making sure those are feeding into the right counties and such, that was part of the cleanup that we did on the positivity
Okay.
numbers. So now we're doing that on the testing numbers. But in theory, that should apply to Pitkin County because you're Pitkin County.
Right. So when you say clean up on the positive, that's where we got that negative 14 cases a couple weeks ago, because we found out those cases should have gone to different places, not been recorded within Pitkin County.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you, John.
Yeah. So I think at the staff level, just because we know that this discussion may inform kind of the state requirements going forward, that we'd like to have staff level involvement. I don't have a good read on you all right now, whether there's interest in a commissioner. And I think they're going to keep it small. Just because we volunteer doesn't mean we're going to be on it.
And I,
Okay,
Yeah.
Greg and then Kelly.
Yeah, thanks, John. I think, first of all, it's important that we be involved. And yes, it's an amorphous, database. It's changing. Everything's changing as we've observed over the last several months. I think it would make sense to have staff, or at least someone from, in this field from our county involved deeply with it. I would certainly volunteer myself, but I don't think I'm the best candidate for the job from Pitkin County. I think we need to have staff who really understands how this is going and where it's going, with the full intention that we will be in very close communication with staff and be apprised of what's happening. I think the biggest concern I have is communication, and then why don't we choose with staff recommendation and the board somebody who's really going to be able to participate and contribute to this. I think it's important.
Kelly?
yeah, I just wonder, ordinarily, we would get like a call for volunteers through CCI and CCAT, and I haven't seen that come through. So I wonder if it's worthwhile to just touch base with those groups to find out if, how they're handling kind of that delegation. I'm not gonna volunteer to do this, given other stuff going on, but, you know, we may have some friendly and, proxies that are interested from other counties.
Yeah, we can certainly do a check-in. Like I say, I think we had a matter of hours to respond, so that was,
Could you just forward to me the solicitation and I'll check in with those groups, please? Thank
Sure.
you.
Hey, John, on that, to follow up with what Kelly was saying, I'm just wondering, it sounds as if having the influence of a commissioner involved is important, but really having somebody who's connected and this is their wheelhouse from staff is probably more important. Any way we can combine efforts in that regard, say, you know, the offices of the BOCC are deeply involved in this, and we're putting this individual forward. I'm just wondering if we can get the best of both worlds, keep the influence, have the influence with the support of our commissioners, of course, but then really get a representative from Board of Health or maybe Board of Health or Public Health staff.
yeah, so Karen's we're definitely gonna have public health staff, put in to represent rural, counties. So they're looking for kind of small, medium, and large, local public health agency, representation. I do think, you know, as you said, Greg, sometimes, oftentimes, more often than not, actually, an elected voice is gonna carry more weight than a staff voice in some of these. But in terms of a hybrid, we can certainly use these times that we schedule every week to bring back the work of this group. And there are other ways for you to weigh in as a board if you feel strongly one way or another, you know, about the recommendations that are being made. So you don't have to be at the table to participate. And that may be the hybrid that you're asking about. So it sounds like what I think I'm hearing is definitely have staff put in to be on the committee. We can bring back the conversations as they're happening and get board feedback from there. Is that roughly what I'm hearing from everyone? Kinda?
I would agree with that, John. And another aspect of being a subject matter expert who is involved in it all day, every day, would be someone who would know that sort of what's being done other places across the nation that is working and that is not working would be an important part of this discussion, because we don't want to have the state go off on a tangent of something that's not working elsewhere.
Okay, I'm gonna take that as direction then.
Yep, I think so. If they do want, if Jill Ryan comes, maybe she's involved, if she comes back and says, we really need more commissioners, we could see if we could have 2 people attend, perhaps, 1 commissioner and 1 staff person. Might be another option.
All right, just gonna try and give you some economic indicators each week. Kelly, I think this has been your ask every week, is what's going on there. We still do not have our new sales tax numbers, so the last ones we have are May, and we've talked about those in the past. Hopefully next week we'll have the June numbers in. I think some interesting numbers, building permits year to date. We had budgeted $3.1 million. That's roughly 40% of our 2019 collections. That was in anticipation of a recessionary period and a significant downturn. and building permit collections. And you might recall those are super elastic year to year. Year to date through August 1st, we've collected 3.6 million in building permits. And we're seeing still a pretty steady flow. So we will, obviously we've already exceeded our 2020 budget. We are still significantly short of where we were in 2019. So it's likely that we'll end up somewhere in between the 2019 collections and what we had estimated for the 2020 budget. But those collections have remained strong and stronger than expected, particularly given the first quarter, the recessionary period. And it kind of goes back to, you know, what we talked about last week. You know, this part of the effect of having more people wanting to spend their pandemic time here, whether it's second homeowners who are staying here longer, or those who are coming in with high-end long-term rentals and or buying to be here and doing remodels and such. So we're going to be continuing to monitor that. But this is a little bit of a surprise to be ahead of budget already by August 1st, 7 months into the year. And kind of a competing, though, indicator, employments are down 34.5% year to date, and that includes February, which was up 11.6%, March, which fell 43.1%, those losing those last 2 weeks that are typically spring break. But what you can really see is April, May, and June, we're down between 80 to almost 83% and almost 98% in terms of number of commercial employments. We expect that as we get our July and August numbers, these trends are going to continue. You'll probably be more in the 70 to, you know, maybe high 60% down. So this 34.5% is going to continue to inch down, we think, over the summer, because commercial employments are down significantly. We're seeing quite a bit of traffic, rubber tire kinds of visitors, and so we'll need to watch, you know, those really elastic revenues like the sales tax, continue monitoring those building permits, and you know, to kind of get a sense what's happening with our local economy. And we'll be able to get some lodging numbers. I think they're still lagging just a little bit, and the reservation numbers haven't been that accurate because there's a lot of last minute kind of bookings. People aren't reserving, they're coming in and getting rooms last minute. So still, yeah.
Is it possible to get the traffic counts, say, going over Castle Creek Bridge, and perhaps coming down, up and down Independence Pass above, somewhere past North Star, where we're not just getting the local traffic, but more of the long-range traffic?
I am not sure we saw the traffic counter up on Independence Pass, but we definitely do on Castle Creek Bridge, so that's data we can get.
Steve?
And I know last time we looked, it was about running 5 to 10% down, but I'm guessing that's changed.
Kelly? And then Patty.
Sorry, I think Patty was first.
I'll be real quick. Steve, I was going to ask about the traffic counts over Castle Creek Bridge, because I know the city has that data readily available. The other question I have about planes is there any way to get numbers from Atlantic as far as the amount of traffic they've seen with net jets and fractional jets? And because, you know, there's a lot of people in town, and I know a lot of them are coming in by vehicle, but the numbers have got to be up with GA, and it'd be great if I'm sure they know how much, and I think that's information that would be valuable for us on two fronts, the public health front and the airport front.
Yeah, Patty, so I know we can get the number of GA operations, so we'll work on that and try and get a similar comparison year to date. I think it is not down, obviously, nearly as much, and it may even be up in some of the months. What we don't have available to us is the number of people that are coming in.
Right. I'm just talking about flights.
Yep, we can get that.
That'd be great. Thank you, John.
Well, Patty asked my question, but it leads me to another question, which I guess, what metrics are available to start to grapple with any increase in our year-round population? You know, I know school enrollment helps. I was talking to Janice about voter registration, you know, those kind of things. But are we trying to wrap our hands around that? Because I do have concerns about, you know, particularly like public safety services for a larger year-round population. You know, we're just seeing a ton of action for them right now.
Yeah, no, Kelly, I think those are, you know, the voter registration is going to be one to watch. In terms of real-time data, and Gabe presented some of this when he was in front of you all. But looking at the sewer flushes, the volume is a good indicator of the number of people in town. What we don't know is the proportion necessarily of visitors, and that's where cross-referencing, I think, some of the booking data for hotels and such. But we were going to look at a combination of continuing to track the flushes, the energy use, the school enrollments, voter registration. I don't know if folks are going to try and do absentee or if they're going to call this residence. That's going to be really interesting to see too, how that plays out. Mm-hmm. So that's a good suggestion to look at those. And then try and project forward, what kind of impact do we think that's having on our year-round population? We have good data to know that our population peaks out in July, typically around 53,000 people. And we know in this July, the sewer flows were about 10% down from that. So we're probably in the high 40s in terms of our effective population in July. The real question is how many are transient and how many are staying here longer. We think we're going to be pretty close to being able to justify that 35 to 39,000 number. Yeah. But we need to run some more numbers on that. But it is really hard because what we really need to justify that is longitudinal data, and we don't have it.
Steve, can I just tag on to that? Yeah. So voter registration would be interesting. Isn't there? I don't know. Some kind of a law or something. When you move here for greater than 30 days, you have to register your vehicle within the county. Because we know there's a lot of vehicles in town from states that we haven't really seen a lot of numbers for those states, but they're here. And if those people are coming here to stay, which we welcome them if they're going to live in their second home on a greater than 30-day commitment, do they not have to re-register their vehicle?
I think you're right.
Yeah, so you're right, Patty. I don't know that there's always good compliance with that. I know anecdotally, Elaine shared with me at least 1 week we did have a lot of people coming in to swap license plates from the states they came from to their new home. We can see what data Janice is able to pull from the new system. If they're able to cross cross that number.
Yeah,
of new
that would be
registered.
interesting.
Let me weigh in and then we'll go to Greg. The toilet flush count might be skewed by the fact that so many people are going in the backcountry right now, more so I think than in a normal year. They're not using flush toilets. They're, behind a bush or in an outhouse somewhere that it's not going to get.
Yeah.
That would actually skew our numbers back up above your 10% drop.
Plus septic and well water.
Go ahead, Greg.
While we're piling on metrics, I would certainly love to see some metrics for energy use, and then transit with the RAFTA system as well. If we're going to measure cars on the bridge, which I think is very important, I'm glad that was suggested. I'd like to compare RAFTA's concurrent transit numbers at 1/3 capacity. I don't know how many years ago, how many decades it's been since we had that low capacity on RAFTA, but it's made a significant impact, especially when you look at the highway numbers for one occupant per vehicle. It's like we've gone back 3 decades in terms of our enlightenment about energy conservation and use of transit, and I think that's a problem. So I would certainly love to get some metrics on energy use if we can, whether it's from Holy Cross or from volume from Black Hills Energy or whomever, because I think that would be really useful for us going forward, especially in light of our climate action plan, which is not front and center right now, but certainly it's important. You're live on camera. Just going. So anyway, I just wanted to throw those two in. I have asked RAFTA to send me, give me a comparison of, when were we last at this level of transit ridership, just to get us an idea, because I think the highway, as everybody knows, it's rush hour all the time now with single occupancy vehicles, and because we've asked them to do that. And I'll leave you with the one quip I heard today, which I thought was really valuable, from Hal Harvey, who said that wouldn't it be great if we could get people to wear a 1-ounce mask instead of driving their 6,000-pound truck to Aspen.
All right, so more to come, and we'll include some of these indicators next time so you can kind of see where we're sitting. And Greg, the data that Gabe is tracking for us on the socioeconomic doesn't include the energy usage piece. I think it's electricity, I want to say, that he's been tracking. All right. Want to get some direction on funding opportunities that we have in front of us. So gonna start with CARES Act, and Kelly, you may be able to help inform this with the work that you're doing with the state also. But the board might recall that when the coronavirus relief fund was created, it was divided into pots, and there was a pot for counties and municipalities. There's a pot for special districts. There was a coronavirus relief fund reserve for more highly impacted communities, and then an off-the-top administrative fee for DOLA. And that Corona Relief Fund reserve was just over $27 million statewide. And at the time, and DOLA, I think, still hasn't specified a process to access those funds, but through conversations that I've had with DOLA, my understanding of how the process is going to work is once we've submitted reimbursements for our initial allocation, and you might remember from the IGA, Pickens County was initially allocated on a per capita basis just over 1.5 million. We drew down on that 833,000 with the remainder going to municipalities based on their population. But our understanding now is that there's not necessarily going to be a specific application process like for a project or for a specific need. That what will be happening is as counties submit reimbursements, once they exceed whatever their per capita distribution is, then we apply for reimbursement into the coronavirus relief fund. And my understanding, Kelly, is that's when the committee that you're sitting on will be reviewing those requests, I guess, for reimbursement into the relief fund and making recommendations. It puts us, if we want to leverage these additional funds, it puts us in a little bit of an interesting position because counties would need to identify needs that meet the reimbursement criteria, fund those needs, and then apply for reimbursement, betting that there would be funding available. The other thing I learned, and Kelly, I don't know if you've heard this on your committee, but the other thing I learned is that not all counties actually opted in for their full allocation. Similar special districts did not opt in for their full allocation. And so we believe that there may be more funding available in these relief funds. The dilemma is you've got to identify the expenditures and start getting those expenditures made because they have to be expended by December 30th. We have been identifying different ongoing needs, particularly around regional partnership and coordination on testing and data. That may be an opportunity for regional partnership to apply for reimbursement. We also think that, frankly, we've got expenditures right now that qualify up to our 1.5 that we can submit, but then we may need to identify additional expenditures if we want to tap into this. So Kelly, how did I do? Am I understanding this correctly?
Yes, and yes, I think we're on the same page because I missed the first meeting. So what I have is just from notes from that conversation, and there hasn't been another meeting following that. The only additional information I have is that they're looking at like an application timeline for the reserve funding in the fall. So those expenditures would even need to be, through October, not even through the end of the year. And then I think the plan there is to see how much money gets used in that process, and then whether to continue and have a second round of reserve applications that would cover expenditures through December 30th. So even though like the criteria is through the whole year, the practicality of what is discussed, kind of cuts that off in the fall.
Interesting. Okay. It's going to be hard to push all of that out by December 30th.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, and again, I don't have all the details of why that was discussed, but that's what was being presented. So.
Yeah. So I just want to kind of go through these opportunities and then want to maybe suggest we come back to the board with a game plan around this, but I kind of want you to understand what we're looking at. Additionally, CDPHE has some CARES Act funding that they're pushing out through a Protect Our Neighbors planning and implementation grant program, and they have $50,000 for planning and then $150,000 for implementation. It does require a county match. It sounds like it'd be a dollar for dollar county match, and there's a real focus on outreach to vulnerable and impacted communities. That could be our Latinx community or senior community, what have you. And we're seeing that there's probably a real opportunity for regional coordination. Garfield County already submitted, but we are in discussions with Eagle County. This would probably be more for outreach and programming. Particularly, we know in the Valley our Latinx population is disproportionately impacted with COVID infections, particularly in Eagle and Garfield County. And so this may provide an opportunity for us to partner on funding for promotoras, health navigators for the population, as well as doing having resources for communications and outreach plan. That would require, though, us to match these dollars. So that's another opportunity that we're on a short timeline, because these also have to be expended by December 30th. And then we have the opportunity, and I talked about this a little bit last time, to put a proposal back to Snowmass Village. The staff has invited us to submit a proposal really for them to fund an additional consumer protection specialist. So that would be an FTE headcount, and possibly contact trace staff with their CARES Act distribution that they received initially. So we've got three kinds of opportunities to bring more resources to the table and more capacity to the table. And I want to talk about each of these and putting something together. I already see a question from George.
Yeah, thanks, John. On the Protect Our Neighbors program, which requires a county match, as you suggested, we may utilize that for an outreach to our vulnerable impacted communities, regional coordination opportunities. So given that, would we think about seeing whether the city wants to help participate in that? So it's not all coming out of the county, because they would be a recipient for these programs?
Yeah, and at the staff level, we've actually been talking about exactly that kind of coordination, George. So I do think there's an opportunity there, probably more on the planning side. The implementation side may be a little bit different ball of wax, but absolutely those opportunities are out there.
No, well, actually what I was suggesting was for the city to help contribute to that county match to generate those funds. Yeah,
no, that is a discussion, not necessarily matching for these, but there's been a discussion about pooling our resources for outreach and for the Latinx community, and so that could be used for a match of these funds. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Did I see? I thought I saw another hand up. I'm not hearing anyone jump in.
No,
Okay.
no, there is.
So what I would like to be able to do is bring back to you all some strategy around maximizing our reimbursements through the CARES Act dollars, and possibly recommending some additional resources depending on where we're at and what we can leverage for reimbursement. We may suggest some additional qualifying expenditures to continue to build our community's capacity. Similarly, with the Protect Our Neighbors, that will be a match opportunity. I think, George, as you pointed out, I think it's an opportunity to partner with our neighbors, including Eagle County, possibly leverage some of those planning and implementation dollars for vulnerable communities. And then I just wanted to see if the board was okay. I would recommend it because I think it helps all of us. to work on a partnership with Snowmass Village to potentially bring on some additional resources, with the idea then that we will be covering like the consumer protection kind of functions for Snowmass Village in the COVID response. Any reservations?
That sounds really good to me, John.
So we'll try and get strategic. It'll probably require some additional appropriations, but I think the upside is potentially really good on this.
Kelly?
Yeah, John, in the governor's executive order that divvied out the money that came into Colorado into different pots, you know, I'm wondering, are we looking at how some of those other pots may be able to come down to us? You know, for example, like human services reimbursement for caseload, staffing increases, and, you know, housing, emergency housing type expenses and all that.
Yeah, so we're actually going to be bringing a grant, a $70,000 grant we pulled down through Human Services on the housing side for appropriation. We're also looking at submitting, we had some additional costs. Sorry if that's on my end, I'm not sure where that tap is coming from, but we had additional costs, as you're indicating, Kelly, for processing like our emergency cash assistance and then our mandated programs. We're going to be looking at some more temporary kind of support for health and human services. So we're looking at reimbursement on all of those, and so frankly, we think we're going to exceed that 1.5 million, and that may open up the opportunity if we take on additional expenditures to get those reimbursed through the relief fund. Is that answering your question? There's not a lot of specific dollars coming down through human services. So CCI has been sending out, and I don't know if this is from the CCI notices, and I think what's been happening is those are informational in terms of being reimbursable expenses for these funds, but there wasn't an additional pot of money that we're aware of.
Okay, because I think it would maybe be helpful to take a look at the executive order about how the total CARES Act allocation to Colorado got divided up. So in addition to the pot just that we're talking about with the 29 million, you know, that our 1.5 comes from, and then the 27 million to special districts. Separate from that whole pot, there's other pots of money that, you know, go through the Department of Human Services to help reimburse with those human services staff costs, or the Department of Housing to help with, you know, housing related issues that don't have to be counted in our 1.5 million allocation. That can be a totally separate pot. So I don't, you know, I'm happy to start digging about how accessible those are, but I wasn't sure if you guys are having conversations about separate from the local government pot, these human services pot, housing pot, you know, congregate care pot, that kind of stuff. To just pull in as much.
So the answer is yes, and we tapped on the housing side. The 70,000 was for to fund expenses related to the camp at Brush Creek, but we have not identified opportunities within human services for reimbursement yet.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, if there's additional opportunities we're missing, that'd be awesome. Yeah. We'll go after all of them.
Okay. And I know the different agencies sort of handle passing that information and processes along differently, you know? Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll see what I can find out if there's more available for us to apply for.
Yeah, and Nan has been in on those calls, and we just haven't I identified a specific pod in CDPHE.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, not CDPHE. You know what I meant.
Yeah.
Human Services.
Yeah, CDHS, yeah.
Greg, did you have a question?
I was just thinking about this, John, on regarding how things are going with our neighbors. You know, I love this cooperation proposal with Snowmass Village, but I'm thinking about Basalt and Carbondale and Glenwood and, you know, our valley. And I'm just wondering how coordination for funding and resources is going with the other communities. I know you're working hand in glove with the other counties. And I'm just wondering what opportunities might exist there, and if we're getting everything we need to take care of people within our watershed.
Yeah, so I think the opportunities that we've identified, Greg, as first steps are really around communication, potentially cooperating on health navigators for our vulnerable communities, the regional testing plan, and working on setting common standards between Eagle, Picken, and Garfield around testing, and potentially trying to use our purchasing power to get better turnaround times together and those sorts of things. So all of those discussions are moving forward. Some of our broader policy discussions around public health orders and such, there are differences in the jurisdictions. We've been a little bit more conservative in implementing our variances, for example. I'm not seeing that there will probably be a lot of consistency between the three counties in those sorts of areas, but I think a lot of cooperation on the testing, potentially epidemiology and case investigation, contact tracing, data, and communications. I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, we're having good conversations. We're meeting multiple times a week and on different issues to discuss all these items. Just want to note that Aspen School District reopening plan, they're really working through a difficult set of challenges and issues. Public Health is going to be reviewing and providing feedback on the reopening plan for the August 17th school board meeting. One of the things I want to be really clear on, and we're clear on with the school district, is that just like you all as a Board of County Commissioners, a school board and school administration has multiple factors that they have to consider. One of them is obviously public health, and a very important one, but there's also factors related to how they provide education, where they stand as an organization. And so we're not going to be providing a policy recommendation in terms of the school district should use this model or that model, because we're not educators. But we will be providing data, research, and best practices to help inform the district's decision-making process from a public health perspective. And so I know public health staff is going to be reviewing that with the medical advisory team and making recommendations on the data and best practices, but not on the policy. That's going to be a school board decision. So it's been an update there, and that's all I had. I managed to use up the hour, 59 minutes of it.
George.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, we never run short on these COVID updates. But my question is, as we think about coming up our joint meeting with the city, my impression, at least from the agenda, was that the city was really interested in seeing how we could collaborate and partner more in terms of addressing COVID. So versus presenting a lot of data, I'm sure they get anyway. It seems like the more important discussion would be on that second slide of yours, John, in terms of funding opportunities and priorities. So I would just throw that out so we don't spend a lot of time just going over data that I'm sure the City Council is getting regularly as we are. Maybe I'm wrong on that.
Yeah, and I did tell staff that we wanted to probably limit the amount of time we spend on updates to give you all time. I think there is still information that may be newer to the City Council, particularly around some of our case investigation, contact trace data, and process. There seems to be a lot of questions around that. And just the changes to the public health order and such. So we're going to try not to use that much time, George, and see where that discussion goes, because you now have a very full agenda.
Right. And yeah, so I want to make sure we have enough time for the rep discussion, because that's something the City Council specifically had asked for, and this will be really the only opportunity prior to budget season for us to have that discussion.
Right.
Thanks.
Steve, can I? Just,
Oh, man. Go ahead,
yeah.
Kelly.
Just a point of, and I'm gonna give you a good segue into the next item on our agenda, which is future agendas. But the school board meeting is scheduled for the 17th, which is our airport big unlimited amount of public comment. So I don't know how many people will be caught between wanting to, there's a lot of people concerned about the school board's decision, at the same time concerned about our decision about the airport. So that may be something for us just to keep in mind if we're talking another meeting for public comment. Because I'm kind of concerned about having a meeting start time on the 17th, but no end time, which means we could be here for weeks listening to public comment rather than the plan to schedule another meeting to hear more public comment. Just to keep that idea planted in light of the school board's meeting being on the same day. And now you can move into future agendas, John.
The meetings during the day.
I have one issue which is more COVID related than it is general discussion. I will just mention that to put the issue out there. I got a call from a rider of RAPTA who gets on the bus in Basalt, and typically there'll be a line of people in Basalt trying to get on the bus. The buses will only carry 15 passengers. So he said typically 2 buses go by that are already full. Sometimes he gets on the 3rd bus that comes by. Sometimes it's the 4th bus, and it has been the 5th bus that comes along that he finally gets on to ride to work in Aspen. He's been riding the bus for 20-some years going to work in Aspen. So it's difficult for people trying to get to work riding the RAPTA bus. And if people don't want to drive their car up, and RAPTA, I think, is doing a really admirable job, like putting the extra buses on there, but it is an issue that people are facing out there on the ground, trying to get to work by riding the RAPTA bus. I don't know if there's anything we can do about it, but at some point in time, maybe the social distancing rules get, made a little less strict, and then they can carry more people per bus. But right now, I think people are stuck with the system we have.
Yeah, Steve, this is on our radar screen, and we do have a group that's going to be meeting, with RAFTA and Snowmass and City of Aspen, because particularly this is going to become more of a challenge as we go into the winter season, potentially, in terms of how people are moved around, depending on how the ski areas open. And so, yeah, we're trying to work through how do you safely, and can you safely increase densities on the buses, because it it is a heavy lift for RAFTA, for all of our transit providers right now, to be providing the service this way. And I don't know.
Maybe they could add more like plexiglass dividers between individual seats and be able to have one person for each seat, but then have a plexiglass shield between them and the seat behind them and the seat in front of them. That might be a way they could slightly increase the number on a bus.
Yeah, and I don't know enough about kind of the safety issues, the other safety issues that may create or such, to know what rules they're working with. So that'd have to be a question for RAFTA.
Okay, I think we're probably ready to go into our future agendas discussion.
All right. So just a few items. ASE, the meetings, we're going to have ads running August 5th, August 7th, August 10th, and August 12th in the newspapers. We'll be pushing out through all of our typical channels to try and let people know. We've emailed all of the advisory committee members and such, letting them know that these meetings are forthcoming. So for the meetings, the agenda for the ASE meeting will look a little different due to the links that need to be included to sign up for Zoom for those who are going to be participating. Those should be getting pushed out to you later today or tomorrow for all three of the airport advisory board meetings. We are going at some point to need to decide on a time whether we need to have a fourth meeting or not, just for you all to consider the public comment. I think you had indicated last week that you'd probably want a fourth meeting because it's likely you're going to be tired a little bit after that third one, to provide time to process it. Right now, the dates for that probably would be best either August 25th or September 1st. We could also do August 18th. Yeah, I am going to be out of town starting the 19th, hopefully to bring the kids to school out east. So I don't know if the board has a preference, if you want to go the 18th, which is the day after your last meeting. If you want more time to process, I would suggest August 25th or September 1st. Any thoughts on that?
George?
Well, two things. One, I would go sooner than later, because I think at least I have senior moments, so I'd rather have it fresh in my mind, and we'll have plenty of time with the other ones in terms of input. So I would go sooner than later. And then back to Patty's comment, I agree with that. That last meeting, I think we need to have a definitive time and at least notice. And if we want to go over it, that would be our prerogative. But to leave it open-ended is dangerous, to say the least. So I would say 4 to 7 or 4 to 8 at the max, but definitely advertise with an ending date.
Thumbs up from Greg. Patty?
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I want to add to that. I'm happy to see that we have a pre-registration system set up for the first meeting, or for the meeting at, is that the first meeting, John? No, that's for the meeting on the 13th. Now, that meeting is in person at the Door Hosier, correct? It will not be a Zoom meeting. It will be a grassroots meeting we will all be there as commissioners with staff and 35 or so members of the public that have to pre-register. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so do we have a system, or are we thinking of a system for people to sign up to public comment so we can keep track for that Monday meeting on the 17th? Because when people call in, it's hard for us to know who's on first, who's on second, because the numbers can bump the guy that's been waiting all evening or afternoon to get on. So I think we
Yeah.
need to try a Google Doc system or something like community development use, maybe?
So what we're actually going to do, Patty, is we're going to have multiple staff organizing the speakers on the Zoom meeting as they come in. And so it's not going to be something the chair or board is asked to do, because these links sometimes get shared around, and it's easy, it's managed better in real time. And so we're going to have, I think Rich and Charlotte said 2 to 3 people actually helping us manage the Zoom meeting and speakers.
Yeah, because there's no way, I'm not asking for us to do it, there's no way we could do it or the chair could do it. I'm just hoping that there's a system that works for the public who is calling in and having to wait 2 or 3 hours to speak. I think that's
they're
key.
working on that.
And I agree with George, I'd rather have us have our meeting on the 18th if possible, following the meeting on the 17th. Sooner than later, rather than on the 1st, which is a couple weeks down the road. But that being said, it may come up on the 17th that we need another public hearing. If we have that many people, we just don't know how many will fit in between meeting number 2 and meeting number 3. We might need, I don't know, and it could be, but we could always have a couple of hours on the 18th for public comment, or an hour or so, and then give the board 2 hours after that for our discussion, if need be. I want to leave that open just in case we need to. But
John, are you envisioning doing a 4 o'clock to 7 o'clock kind of meeting like all the others will be, so the members of the public can be, who are working, they can attend our meeting that way?
Yes. And
That is
the,
a work session. They would be tagging it on to the end of our work session.
yeah, and it depends how much time you all would really need to discuss and process the public comment.
Okay, Kelly?
I will suggest that we plan to meet from 4 to 9 on the 17th, unless public comment concludes earlier, and then deliberate this on the 25th, where we have more time. We can add it in the morning, since we don't have an exec session scheduled for that day, which would allow for, I think 30 people to comment on the 13th, enough time for another 60 to 70 people to comment on the 17th, and then give us a week in case we have another 50 people who won't have a chance to comment on the 17th, to find a day before the 25th to create a new public comment opportunity.
The morning of the 25th is my scheduled ACRA meeting. But I could figure that out if the board wants to move ahead with the airport. That's a priority right now, I think.
Well, we start at 1, maybe we can start at 11.
Yeah, and I think ACRA would definitely understand.
Mm-hmm.
But they don't.
Then the only, and I could probably join electronically. I'm going to be, I think, yeah, but I'm not sure, that is that critical. It's more really to your discussion at that point. And I think I can probably join electronically anyway. So,
George? Go ahead, George.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would say 4 to 8 instead of 4 to 9. I think 4 hours, we'll be brain dead after that, or at least I will be.
Set it for 8,
That's fine.
and then if we have 5 people that want to go over, we can.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. I kind of like Kelly's suggestion to give ourselves a week for digesting and reserve that night of the 18th in case there are 30 more people who want to comment, and just do another public hearing on the Tuesday evening, the 18th. If we reserve that time just in case, if we don't need it, we're going to have a lot of comments to kind of be processing, in addition to all of the comments that we're going to, or questions we're going to have. We're going to have a lot of processing to do on this. I would rather have the extra week personally, like Kelly suggested.
So let me see if I've got this right right now, because I've heard a few different things. So, so on the 17th, have a definite shut-off time. I think I heard both 4 to 8 and 4 to 9. I think I saw more agreement on the 4 to 8. Sorry, Kelly.
Okay.
That's
Got
a
an
check-in.
hour in there, Kelly.
And then for the 18th, we would just hold that time in case we needed to do additional public comment if we're not through it on the 17th. And that we would schedule a board meeting the morning of the 25th for the board to bring the deliberations back to you all and give staff direction. Did I get that right? Because I know not all of you said the same thing.
I mean, that's
I'm good
what I
with it.
would
Okay.
do. That's good.
Okay.
Georgia, you
Airport
and I
August.
both have the senior moment
Get it in.
sometimes. We just need to take good notes.
They'll be recorded. That's all I had on future agendas for you. Oh, no, it's not.
Patty,
I've got one. Sorry, I missed one. Missed a bullet point. I think this came, Kelly, I think this might have come from you, but a request for 8/11, August 11th, so next week, to have a discussion on potential ballot initiatives, both what other organizations are doing and if there's any that this board wants to consider. Did I get that right?
Yeah, I don't know if it needs, I mean, we should talk about what we want that to look like, if that needs to be on the 11th. You know, we're being asked, or I'm being asked, you know, how does Pickens County stand on such and such
Whoa.
issue? And yeah, we haven't, so, but I don't know if we also want to invite people in to give us more detail on it, or if staff is going to handle that. So if we decide that staff will sort of present, you know, both sides and why the county should weigh in or not weigh in, then that can be according to how much time staff needs to schedule that. But if our board decides we want to hear from, for example, the River District, I think it would be great if they came and sold their, you know, initiative to
Understood.
us. That would need more time for scheduling.
That'd be a much longer meeting.
Yeah.
So I'm going to need some direction from you all on that.
Well, for me, I would rather have those who are interested in putting ballot initiatives on to present to us a short paper in our packet, and then have staff sort of present or answer any questions on it, versus having groups come in. I think that can get really unwieldy, and I think we have enough to do. If we have the information, I think the board can make a decision without having people lobbying us.
So we'll probably push that back then, because we need to have packet material in a couple of days. And so we'll find a later date.
I mean, that's just
And
my,
then,
I think
Yeah.
that's a good idea.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry, I was reading what I thought were head nods, in the tiles. I should do a check-in with y'all. Is that a process you all wanna follow?
Yeah, I agree with it.
So what might be helpful, is I know staff has awareness of at least some of the ballot questions or entities. We may not have all of them on our radar screen, so if you could share with myself and Charlotte ballot questions that you are aware may be getting considered, just to make sure we don't have one fall through the cracks.
Okay.
And it may be, John, that if some are ready to go versus others, we don't have to see them all at the same time either.
Right. Fair enough.
Okay, I have an issue, an item.
Go ahead, Patty.
Yeah, first, I apologize to the board, but I need to make another quick trip to California. Right now, I'm not scheduled to miss any board meetings. It's I already gave John and Charlotte the dates, from August 27th to Monday, August 31st. The only problem I'm gonna have is I need to be out of here at a reasonable hour on Wednesday, the 26th. And we have some interesting land use items on. One of them is the first reading, which again, I can always watch for second reading. But I was gonna see if we couldn't change the timing and maybe put the Emma Field on earlier, so in case I need to get out of here, I don't wanna miss that item on the agenda. It's the second reading. So I don't know if I can see if it's okay with Leslie Lamont, if it's okay with the board if I do that, because I need to get out of here hopefully around 5 o'clock. I mean, you just never know how our meetings may run. I'm looking at George's very serious look on his face.
It's fine by me. It makes no difference to me.
Yeah. So is it okay if I see if Leslie might be able to move things around? I don't want to miss the Emma Fields. We invested too much time in it the first time around. Great. I'll see what we can do. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Though, I will note,
Okay,
Patty, it's a
any-
continued first reading.
Is that it? Okay, Kelly,
Of
go
Emma
ahead.
Fields.
Sorry, I was just noting for Patty that it is a continued first reading, so there will still be the second reading for it to come
Oh,
back
yeah,
around.
that's right. We
so.
continued the first. So let me check
keep
with
that in
Leslie
mind.
just to see. That's a good point. I was just thinking we'd be done that night,
No.
but I hate to miss it.
Okay, moving on to open discussion items, I believe. So we have two letters from John Ely that he sent out to us with attachments. John, you want to talk about those?
Sure, thanks, Steve. The two letters are proposed position letters for the board to take or to direct. Let's take them one at a time. The first one, at least in my pile, is one to the city of Aspen. This letter is requested through their utilities resource manager, Steve Hunter. Some of you might remember Steve. He was one of the original members on our Healthy Rivers and Streams board. And he had to resign from that because his employment shifted and he was working for the Forest Service down out of Glenwood Springs. He's coming around in the valley and he's back up, and now he's working in the city of Aspen at the Public Works Department and working in water issues. In particular, he's asked for support of a grant that the city is making to the Bureau of Rec under their Water Smart program for fund allocation to fund a stream flow gauge and a SNOTEL gauge. SNOTEL being a clipped abbreviation for snow telemetry, Both the gauges are conventional gauges that are usually installed and maintained through the United States Geologic Survey, but in this case, the expense will be from the city of Aspen to maintain them once the gauges are installed with the utilization of this grant. So what is proposed is a letter back to Steve that he can present to the Bureau of Rec from another jurisdiction in the immediate area of the city of Aspen, in fact, one that wraps right around it, expressing support for these two gauges. The gauges will assist the county in particular in assessing stream flow, healthy and riparian environments, and the snow tell gauge is especially helpful when trying to anticipate runoff and the strength of runoff in any given water year. So unless there are any questions, that's all I have to say about that particular letter.
I'm fine with that letter, John.
So I was fine with that one also. I guess my only question was whether we should send it to him or directly to the Bureau of Reclamation.
Well, ordinarily we send it to Rec, but Steve asked for it to go back to him. So perhaps he's managing, more than just our recommendation, but a few, and he's assembling a package for the Bureau. And is the board okay with me signing off on it? It's, to tell you the truth, it's just easier.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks. And the other letter is a letter to be sent to the state, in particular, the Colorado Division of Reclamation and Mining Safety. The letter concerns the White Banks Alabaster Mine, or the White Banks Mine. The White Banks Mine is located just up Avalanche Creek from Highway 133. In fact, you can see the location of the adit into the mine from the highway. The county has had a long history with this particular mine and with Mr. Cognan, who was the original proponent for opening up the mine to try to extract marble, and then because of the ore that he found that shifted to alabaster over the years, he's always had a difficult time of being able to open the mine and then maintain mining operations through the years. It went through a period of litigation with the county. It was right around the time I started working with the county, actually. And so we've had a somewhat tortured history. Right now, there is a permit from the county as well as a permit from the state to allow the mining activity to be conducted. The mine is an unpatented mine, so the property itself is owned by the United States. And in that particular area there, it's administered through the United States Forest Service, the White River National Forest. The issue that's up for the White Banks Mine is that it has not been in production. In other words, there has been no extraction of material, and there has been no development of that material for extraction in more than 10 years. The mine has been put on temporary cessation of activity by the state MLRB and the Division of Reclamation and Mining Safety. And what that status indicates is that the permits are held in abeyance. They are still active, and mining may resume at any time, but that the length of the permits, the duration of those permits are told such that they will not expire while there is a cessation of activity. So back in February, a notice was sent out that the state is considering renewing this period of temporary cessation, which would allow for another 5 years of dormancy. This position letter is to oppose that extension of temporary cessation status and request that the state move to reclamation of the site and closure of the mine adit and reclamation of the area around the mine that was developed in order to facilitate transportation and workers going in and out of the mine. This is appropriate because of the issues that were present when the county originally gave its mining permit to White Banks mine. And those issues are still present today. Number one, the traffic concerns on 133 haven't gotten any better. When trucks carrying material were pulling out of Avalanche Creek Road, it presented quite a problem. The sight distance is not particularly great there. In your mind, you might be able to visualize it. It's right across from Swiss Village. As such, it was always a point of concern for hazardous road conditions down on 133. Other concerns are noise and air quality as they affected surrounding residential properties. And as I mentioned, the site is right across the highway from Swiss Village, a residential area. And those residents down there have long opposed mining operations because of the impacts that were on their, their peaceful enjoyment of their houses. In addition to the noise and air quality, they also were impacted by some degree of light pollution, depending on the stage of operations down there, because the lights outside of the mining adit and any lights from vehicles would shine right across the valley into those houses. And then lastly, but certainly not least, the bighorn sheep herd that circles around the Mount Sopris area winters or on the slope right above the mine in this location. That herd has been diminished in size since the mining activity began for a number of reasons, but the herd still exists. It's still a viable herd, and it still winters on these same slopes. With a reclamation order issuing from the state rather than another temporary cessation of mining activity and the perpetuation of that status, we'd be able to see the mine closed down, and probably for some period of time, if not permanently, simply because the difficulty of extracting the material there, the quality of the material, and the market for that material has always been a difficult puzzle for any operator to tease out, to make that mine and that particular venture there profitable. So, unless there are any questions, that's all I have on that letter.
So, John, there was just one. I don't know if it's a typo or not, but on the title, there's a number, Roman numeral 2 heading, and it says not permit. And I was wondering if that should say not permitted. And that's the only thing that.
Thanks, Steve. I actually caught that already. I'm sorry I sent these out to you guys late yesterday. I was playing with it, and then I continued to tweak them after I sent them out. So I caught a few typos that were in there, and actually I read a little bit better now. But the content is the exact same.
Yeah, and I mean, I love to catch the typos before it arrives at the desk of the person we're sending it to, because they might just be looking at the typos and not really paying attention to the content of the letter. And we want to have them paying full attention to the content of the letter. So that's why I'm kind of a stickler on it sometimes. George.
Thanks.
Yeah, John, thanks for doing this. My question is, what's the timing of the process for this?
There's a hearing in front of the board in Denver. I believe their office is in Denver on Grant Street, although I could be wrong there. It's scheduled for later this month. It's either the 16th or the 17th. I believe those two dates are scheduled for the board to meet, and I don't know when this particular item would appear on their agenda for those days.
And then is there an opportunity to for the mine to what I want to say request another hearing or is?
Well, I suppose any party could request a reconsideration of the board's action once the board took an action, although that is very unlikely to occur. Once the board takes an action, unless there is some gross error that you could point out, that the action is concluded. If any party feels aggrieved, the action of the board can be challenged and reviewed by a court on as sort of an appellate action. It would be handled like a 104 type of a proceeding that we're used to.
So we would know in a few weeks then about a decision?
Yes, potentially. Yep.
No, all right, great, thanks.
Yep. And that's
One thing I'm
Steve.
curious about lists Robert Congdon as the person who still owns the mine. I thought he sold the mining operation to somebody else. But
So,
maybe he just.
his name still appears on all the permits, so the permits have not been assigned to any other entity. He may have entered into any number of different types of arrangements whereby another entity was going to try to undertake operations up there, but whatever agreement might have been out there or not, nothing has happened up there for over 10 years, which is the strong part of the argument to request that the site be reclaimed. All right, if that one is okay to go, it will go today as well.
Okay, good with me.
Thank you. Oh, you know, and while I've got the board in open discussion, let me mention one other item really quick. The Twin Lakes bypass for this water year just concluded. It's the first year where we really executed our full rights under the Aurora settlement, as well as the rights under the Priark operating plan. And it's also the first year wherein the fruits of our labors with hydrologists and engineers and biologists have been realized. In fact, we tried to sequence the bypasses to maximize the benefit for the upper Roaring Fork and stream flows, and to time the end of those bypasses with the cameo call. So when the cameo call comes on, Twin Lakes has to shut down and all of the water gets bypassed anyway. And we fairly nailed it. We got the full amount of our bypass, and then the cameo call came on the next day virtually. And then the stream dipped a little bit and then bounced right back up with the project at Twin Lakes being called out. So I don't think we'll ever hit the nail on the head quite as accurately again, but it was a pretty good first year's effort under the new program.
Good job. That's a great job.
Well done,
Jeff.
John.
You and Laura did
I think that
amazing
we
work.
should have a local holiday, you know, for when they turn off the diversion. That should be an event that everyone in town celebrates.
Well, we sort of have that. We'll go out there in most years we'd go out and dump a couple of truckloads of ducks in the river, and that's generally ties in with the cameo call. All right, well, thanks a lot.
Thanks, John.
Okay, any other board open discussion? Don, do you have anything? Anything additional?
Yeah, and I saw a couple of commissioners wanting to jump in.
Okay. We'll go to George first.
John, I know that the sheriff meets every Tuesday still with BLM and the Forest Service, and some of our other entities are looking at fire bans and the stages, and here we are. We're seeing more and more fires pop up throughout the valley and region. I see hot, windy, dry forecast for the next 10 days. So I'm just curious. It seems like we should be thinking about, hopefully that crew is thinking about going into at least a stage 2 fire restriction.
Yeah, so I haven't had that discussion with Joe, but I can check in on where that data is at.
Thanks.
Patty?
Yeah, I have just two quick things. I just want to bring the board up to speed. I received another call about trash, and especially the mattress in the median and all the construction trash between, say, the basalt park or the park and ride, the intercept lot, and the landfill, or the another stretches along the airport. So I put a call into Brian Pettit, and he was going to touch base with CDOT, because that is the area posted by Dalwhinnie marijuana store for cleanup, which I know they're supposedly paying a monthly fee to the state for cleanup. And we haven't really seen anybody from CDOT cleaning up that section of road since, I think, springtime. So I just wanted the board to know that Brian was going to look into that. If we're going to be impacted by those signs, they might as well be cleaning it up in the interim. So I just wanted the board to know that I followed up on that. The other thing is more of a public service announcement. Ann Mullins had made a very great quote in the paper about people needing to have a little more patience with each other right now. I am in the office a lot, as you know, and I have witnessed and or either seen and heard or just heard from the third floor, people coming into the county building and not having a great deal of patience. Either they've scheduled an appointment in the clerk's office and they came in too early, they don't know why they can't get in early, or people that don't know why they can't go up to the ComDev office, even though that section is closed. And people have been raising their voices to staff. They have been using inappropriate language to staff. They have not been treated staff with any level of respect. So I just like to ask the public, this is a trying time for all of us. Everybody's patience is wearing thin, but we need to take deep breaths. We need to slow things down a bit, and we need to have respect for others, whether it be following the mask mandates or just treating each other when you come into the county building, understanding that we're doing the best that we can to promote safety for our staff, for our public, and to provide service at the same time. So I want to reach out there to the county employees and say, you know, we're hoping that we can keep you safe, and we're asking the public to treat you with a level of respect that our county staff deserves. So I just wanted to get that out there. Thank you, Steve.
Greg?
Thanks for that, Patty. I was thinking the same thing when I saw that mattress out in the middle of the road. I'm hoping that if county public works staff is actually picking up stuff and removing dangerous objects like mattresses from the medians, I sure wish they get a photo op of all that trash stacked in front of a Dalwhinnie pot shop sign. I think that we need to really put some pressure on them, either or ideally just go away would be better with the signs. But it just seems to me that they're not following through on their part of the bargain. The second thing I wanted to bring up is something you mentioned. Certainly politeness is important, and something Patty mentioned last week regarding cyclists at the bells. I have been riding the Maroon Bells a lot, and I have noticed, as you mentioned, there are more people out there. They're not necessarily following the rules. I'm sure this is on the Rio Grande Trail as well, and other places where we're seeing really pelotons, clusters and pods of cyclists not even riding in the right lane, like going up to the bells, riding on the wrong side of the road against oncoming traffic. And so I would think that we might want to revisit that and consider a couple of signs that remind people about etiquette or the rules of the road for cyclists and groups heading up to the bells and elsewhere where we have busy roads. Because when you're riding down at a higher rate of speed than they're riding up and you come across a phalanx of bicyclists crossing the entire road, it's kind of scary and a bit dangerous. So perhaps a couple discrete signs, one at the top, one at the bottom, reminding them what the rules are and that it's an active road would be useful. The other thing I wanted to bring up, if I may, is I think every elected official in the country has received a letter from the White House stationery from the Department of Interior, talking about how our president has rolled back all these regulations, and he wants us to join him in celebrating it. And I just want to go down this list quickly because it's a chilling letter. It pretty much goes against everything that we stand for. They've rolled back the waters of the U.S. rule, which is protecting our waters. They've replaced the previous administration's harmful fuel efficiency standards. Thank God they've rescued us from a rule that was protecting our air with vehicle standards. They're ending the devastating war on coal and repealing the Clean Power Plan. Thank God they've facetiously, you could go down this list and it's a horror show. And I think all of us would favor getting rid of unnecessary and cumbersome and unnecessary rules. But this is a wholesale, sellout of values that most Americans stand for: clean air, clean water, fuel efficiency. Thank God they're going to bring back the incandescent light bulb. Let's go back to buggies and buggy whips if we're going to go that far. I just wanted to call the public's attention to this too, because this letter really is an insult to everything we've worked for so long. And I think maybe we need to write a response to it, or maybe I will, and I'll try and get you all to sign on with me. Thanks.
Tagging on to that, I was really curious why the Interior Department sent that letter. That seemed really odd to me, and I would love to have a letter from the board that we all sign on to, put it in the paper and send it to Washington, send it to our congressional delegation also. I was insulted by it. I actually just deleted it. It was so bad. I should have saved it like you to be able to use.
I don't think I got a copy of that, so not everyone did throw it away. If we can get a copy, that would be helpful.
So on a note of writing letters, those of you, my op-ed is in the Aspen Times today, and it is comparing the noxious weed control to controlling the coronavirus. The similarities, there are so many similarities between the two processes, and doing it for the same reasons, using the appropriate tools, protecting yourself and protecting others. A lot of things are very similar. So if you haven't had a chance to see that, it's out today.
It was a good letter, Steve, thank you. Or an
And
op-ed.
Pat Bingham, that was one of Pat Bingham's last major things she did to help with the county working with that. She's putting that in the newsletter too, for the employee newsletter for this next time. That will be in there, along with my photograph, which the paper didn't put the photograph of me with my respirator on. So anyhow, that's one, Greg, that you can use for your wearing a mask too, and the reasons why you wear a mask. I'll make sure you get that. Let's see, any other open discussion items? Kelly?
Yeah, I'll just take this opportunity to comment on the other op-ed that was in the paper today regarding mail ballot elections and the security, the safety, the integrity that is built into Colorado's election system. And, you know, to sort of dispel concerns about and fear that anyone has about casting a ballot by mail. You know, if you don't want to rely on the post office, you don't have to. Ballots can always be picked up and taken home to deliberate over, do research on, you know, mark your votes over coffee in the morning, and then hand delivered to the clerk's office or to one of the 24-hour drop boxes. So I just want to, you know, provide, you know, security and assurance to people in the community who may be rethinking support for mail ballots, that it works in Colorado. We have an excellent system, and to feel assured that you have options for your vote to be, you know, accurately received and counted by the clerk's office.
Steve, can I ask Kelly a question on that? So Kelly, having worked with mail-in ballots, to me, there's always issues with voters' address, correct address, and with their correct signature. So voters really need to check in at the county website or the state website. Didn't you know? I don't know those sites right off.
Yep. So everyone's encouraged to double check their voter registration before every election. You can do that at govotecolorado.com. And that will ask you to put in your name and your date of birth and pull up your registration to show you what your residential address is on your record, which determines what you get to vote on, as well as your mailing address as to where your ballot will be mailed at the beginning of October. And you can update that, you know, starting now and up through Election Day. But if you want to be mailed a ballot, you need to do that sooner or later. sooner rather than later.
And when it comes to your signature,
Mhm.
the county and the state do have signatures on file, but not
That's
always
right.
all signatures, because signatures can morph from 1 year or 1 month or
Mm-hmm.
one moment.
Sure.
So people need to make sure the best that they can, it's their legal signature that they've used to vote, and that it's as close as possible to how they regularly sign their name.
Yep. Your signature should be how you would sign anything. If you have changed your name, you can submit a new paper to the clerk's office where they'll capture that new signature for you.
And if your signature can't be verified, your ballot is rejected, but you're issued a letter allowing you the opportunity to cure your ballot, to
That's
verify
right.
that your ballot was yours. So if you failed the first time, the county does and the state does give you a second chance, but you need to respond in a timely manner.
That's right. Yep, and you can always check the status of your ballot. Again, at Go Vote Colorado, it will show when your ballot was mailed, when it was received, when it was cast to be counted, or sign up for ballot tracks, which is at pickandvote.com, and you can get text messages telling you that information as well.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And I'll say this again 20 more times before November 3rd.
John?
Yeah, if everyone else is done, I just wanted to spend a couple minutes before our joint work session. Cindy distributed a memo that she had collaborated on with Ashley Pearl at the city regarding REMP. So if you have time before the meeting, you may want to look at your email and check that out. The other thing that's new information is we are now doing a little bit better with REMP collections versus refunds. You may recall when we first made our commitment to CORE, it was of 200,000 of the 1.6 million that was requested, and at that time we're actually refunding more than we were collecting under the new code. That's slipped a little bit. Staff would now be comfortable committing 500,000 of the REMP fees, so that could be something that you all could talk about, or we can hold and have more conversation on. You know, that would work one of two ways. One would be to obviously not equalize, but you know, up the county share of the 1.6 million that's been initially committed. You know, the other would be, are there, you know, programs that either the city or city council and board would like to bring back. The city did step up for, you know, a commitment going forward of 1.4 million to our 200,000, where in the past it's been a 50-50.
George?
So John, does that equate to about 30%?
Yeah, we're still a little nervous, George, about how our refunds are going to work with the new energy code and how collections are going to come through. It leaves us roughly about 30%. You could probably go up to 525,000 to get to that 30% right now.
Right, because in the past, we've sort of just used that number coming out of the REMP funds, only
Right.
taking about 30% to make sure we have enough in the fund for not only for refunds, but also for future years.
Right, and because our collections are now exceeding the revenues, that fund has gone up.
Yeah. So my only question or concern is, I'm not sure that we want to be bringing that point up because that may have the city perhaps contribute less. I think they're about 30% because the city also, that last memo that Cindy gave us is already outdated because she's showing about a $4 million in the city REMP fund, but city's already taken out $1 million of that for the city offices. And I know that the core budget is down about $1 million from last year, which means that right now that is going to be reflected in the amount of rebates and grants that core will be able to give back out to the community in 2021. So, and I don't know if the county has any projects coming up in the 2021 that we'd want to utilize some of those dollars. So anyway, I'm not sure we want to get into that part of the discussion today.
Well, I think it's important that you all are aware of it going in.
Yeah, right. But there's different uses and different opportunities to utilize that dollars to provide more grants and rebates that the core budget is currently looking at, in order to look at a county project. So.
That's all I had. I just wanted you guys to be aware of that change in our calculations before this conversation.
Okay. So I think that's all that we have until 4 o'clock when the city's going to join us. So we'll all get a break now for about an hour.
And we're zooming in on the same link for the city meeting, just so you know.
The same link, yeah.
Okay, grassroots.
Grassroots, you're done.
Yep, we are finished with our work session until we have our joint meeting at 4 o'clock.
Good job with the masks, Patty and Kelly.
I know, we only have another couple hours to go. Thank you.
Aspen Council. We are broadcasting from the BOCC boardroom, so I will welcome you, but I'm going to turn the meeting over to Mayor Tory to run for us today.
Thank you, Kelly. Welcome, everybody. This is a City Council work session and a joint session with the Board of County Commissioners for August 4th, 2020. Today on our agenda, we are going to get a public health discussion and update from the county and the county health team, a REMP discussion around the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, and a little bit of time at the end for a roundtable. We typically schedule these meetings for 2 hours from 4 to 6, and we'll see how we stick on that agenda. So, our first item up here is a public health discussion. So I'm just going to introduce John Peacock, County Manager, and he will introduce the team from there. John?
Excellent. Thank you, Tori. Can everyone hear me okay?
Got you.
Good. Thank you for the thumbs up. So we wanted to spend a little bit of time updating you on the data, updating you on our expansion of our public health team, and then also talking about the recent changes that are made to the public health order. We're going to try and be brief in our update to leave time for questions and discussion between the board and the council. So we have two representatives from public health today, our director, Karen Kenneman, and our epidemiologist, Josh Vance. And Karen, I wasn't sure if you or Josh were going to start off today, so I will let you make that call.
Great, thank you. We thought we would start out with doing a daily update around the data, and so allowing Josh to talk through, he's done an amazing job of pulling together it really is a daily update of all the different data sources that we're collecting, and then talking through some of the themes that he's been seeing in relation to the data, and just bringing out some salient points for both council and the BOCC to be aware of, and messages that you can elevate based on the data that we're seeing in the community right now. Just as an overarching piece, we were after July 4th, we really saw a little bit of a surge or uptick in our data, and we've been in this place of really thinking we're in a critical place in our community around what we're seeing with disease transmission. And in the last week or so, I would say a little bit more cautiously optimistic in what we're seeing with our hospital data as well as with our epidemiological data. It doesn't mean we're taking our foot off the gas as far as the strategies that we have employed or how we should be working with community, but I do want to just acknowledge that some of the things that we have in place, including some of the strategies that we've been working on as public health, but certainly the community, the broader community, the mask zone that the council passed, there's a number of different things that could also be playing a role in seeing a little bit of a more hopeful view of our data. And so I want to commend the community in really the individual actions and steps that the community is taking to reduce the spread of SARS-CoV-2 through the community, and then to thank the council and BOCC for promoting good public health practice and being a voice of good public health practice in the community as leaders. So we'll launch off into there, and Josh can get into some of the detail, and then we'll talk a little bit more about the work that we're doing within the department to address issues.
Well, thanks, Karen, and thanks everyone here. As Karen mentioned, I'm going to just briefly go over our daily COVID-19 EPI report that we send out each day, just to give an update to our public health department and stakeholders on what we're currently seeing each day. And so the first thing I'll start off with is just discussing our cases and our contact data. So as of today, we have 181 cases that have been reported since the beginning of the pandemic. And we started tracking our contacts a little bit more closely on July 13th. And so since July 13th, we've had 261 contacts. And a contact is somebody that's been exposed to a confirmed case. So that doesn't include the contacts back to March. It's only since July 13th. So our contact tracers have made that many phone calls in the last 2.5 week period, which averages out to about 3.3 exposed persons per case. As far as our demographic information, the average age that we're seeing is 47, which mimics national data. We tend to see about 45 to 50 being the average age of infection with COVID-19. That, of course, encompasses all age ranges. We're seeing the largest spike in 20 to 30-year-olds, and that's where our biggest peak is in regards to age. And then male-female, we're seeing more cases among male than female, which is also mimics national data. 19% of our cases have identified as Hispanic or Latinx, whereas 81% have identified as non-Hispanic. Looking at county of residence, of course, Aspen, we're seeing the most cases there. We're seeing 12% of our cases with the town of Snowmass Village, 10% in Basalt, and then just a handful in some of our other towns. Looking at underlying conditions or hospitalization data, 15% of our cases have had to be hospitalized at some point, and that includes individuals that were hospitalized for a day, and also includes individuals who are hospitalized for a longer period of time. So if they were ever hospitalized overnight, they're included in that picture there. Again, 15% is about national average. And then our underlying condition data, again, also mimics what we're seeing nationwide. The one I will point out is thyroid disease, which tends to be an immunocompromising condition. And so we are noticing that individuals that have immunocompromised conditions are testing positive and appear to be more ill than the rest. So we do have our eye out for those who have immunocompromising conditions, and would like to make sure that message is amplified, that those who do have immunocompromised immune systems, that they are taking extra precautions, because we are seeing more disease transmission among those individuals. And EpiCurve it just tracks the number of cases we've had per day, and it allows us to really track the pandemic in our county. In general, what you like to see is a bell curve. So you like to see cases start off small, there's a peak in the middle, and then they kind of peter off. We've seen almost 2 EpiCurves, right? We saw one here in April. It died down a little bit in early June, and now we're seeing another peak here in mid-July. Since about mid-July to right now, so early August, we're seeing a squaring off or a stabilization of the cases. We're getting about 3 cases per day on average, and that's only in Pickens County residents. We also see more cases that we investigate in individuals that are visiting, and so we investigate all of those as well. But as far as those who live in Pickens, we're getting about 3 cases per day. On Monday, we had 8 cases reported to us in Pickens County residents. We had a few more that were travelers. So we did see a pretty steady spike there on Monday, whereas we've had 0 cases reported to us today. So it seems like we got the brunt of it on Monday, and we've had none reported today so far. As far as turnaround time, this is something that we look at pretty closely, and something that might be interesting for everyone here to consider. From the time somebody develops their first symptom, it takes them about 4 days until they go and have a specimen collected. That's a pretty long time. We'd like to cut that down to about 2 days if possible, because the longer it takes from somebody to get tested, the further behind we are when we try to implement our contact tracing. So that 4-day period, we'd like that to be cut in half down to 2 if possible. So we'd really like to push the message that, when you've developed symptoms of COVID-19, or if you've been exposed to someone who developed symptoms, we would really like to encourage them to be tested pretty soon thereafter. And then on average, it's taking about 3 days turnaround time from the time a specimen is collected until we get the lab result. We've seen longer periods of time here more recently. We've seen a few results take up to 10 or 11 days. But on average, we're seeing pretty good turnaround time with about 3 days. So then when you consider symptom onset until we get the lab result, it can be about 7 days. We want this number to be as small as possible because that allows us to box in the virus. It allows us to contact trace more effectively. The bigger this number is, the more worried we become because we're not able to then make contact with everyone that we need to. 7's not a bad number. That's about national average as well, but we would like to cut that down to 5 or 6 if possible. As far as isolation and quarantine, we have 20 individuals who are isolated currently. We have 57 who have been asked to quarantine. Isolation is individuals that have symptoms of COVID-19, who have tested positive or have been exposed to someone with COVID-19, whereas quarantine is individuals that have been exposed but do not yet have symptoms. So in all, we have 77 who are either isolated or quarantined that we've investigated. I'll touch briefly on case employment. Before I talk about this, though, I want to note that just because they might work in a restaurant or in a hotel doesn't mean that's where they were exposed. It's just where they work. So exposure data is a different question, but it does help us to look at where they're employed, because what we tend to find is that individuals who work in higher risk settings tend to be those who are testing positive. And so we do try to keep an eye on that and really try to recognize where we're seeing infection among employment. And so, of course, we're seeing the highest percentage among those who are retired, which is what we know about COVID, that it tends to infect individuals who are 65 years old and older a little bit more readily than those who are younger. We're beginning to see more cases among those who are younger, though, so this number has been decreasing more recently. And then just a few others to note are restaurant and grocery, retail and hotel, and then individuals who are self-employed. So we're seeing a significant amount of cases among those individuals as well, and then just more of a handful and mixed bag among the rest of our cases. As far as positivity rate, this is the percentage of tests that come back positive divided by the total number of people that are tested. So in general, we like this number to be at 5% or below. That means that we're capturing most individuals and that there's not a lot of people out there who aren't getting a test who have COVID. So the lower this number is, the better. Right now, when we look at cumulative, since March, we're at 7.5%. In the last 14 days, we've been at 8.1%, and in the last 10 days, 10.4%. So we are seeing a little bit of a peak, or not a peak, but an incline here in our positivity rates. But it does ebb and flow, as you'll notice throughout. And because we have smaller numbers, we do see that more of an ebb and a flow in our cases, or in our positivity rates. So, if we see a 1 or 2% increase, we don't jump right away, because we might see that just, we see that variability anyway, because we have lower numbers. And then the last thing to discuss are our outbreaks and our businesses that have been affected. So in Pickens County, we've had 12 total outbreaks reported since the beginning of the pandemic in March. Only 7 of those outbreaks have included Pickens County residents. The other 5 have included businesses in Pickens County, but the cases were elsewhere. They were either out of state or out of county. We've contacted, this number is actually a little bit higher, but we've contacted at least 36 businesses in Pickens County that have had cases associated or individuals with COVID-19. And so we've had 36 of those that we've reached out to. Again, not all of them include Pickens County residents. Some of them are Garfield, Eagle, or out-of-state residents, but we have reached out to at least 36 businesses to give them guidance and to talk through with them what to do with individuals that have COVID-19. And then as far as our county level triggers here, we use this data to really try to inform our county where we're at in regards to COVID-19 and just the numbers we're seeing. And so we use several different measures here to try to track, to make sure that we're doing everything we can mitigation-wise and contact tracing-wise to reduce transmission. And so the few ones I'll point out here are cases per day in the past 14-day period. So over a 2-week period, we want to have less than 15 cases reported, so that'd be about 1 per day. We're much higher than that. I think we're at 37 right now that we've seen in the last 14 days. So we're significantly higher than where we want to be. If we can get that lower, we're going to feel better about it, but right now we're still seeing pretty high transmission in regards to positive COVID-19 cases. And then looking at our travel-related cases, these are individuals that come here to Pickens County. They're out of state or out of county, and they test positive here in Pickens County. We would like to see this number reduced as well, but right now we're seeing that more than 20% of our cases are individuals who aren't from Pickens County that are testing positive here in Pickens County. And I believe that's 29% right now. So of all the positive tests that we received in the past 14 days, 29% have been travel related. Hospital capacity has remained good. They've remained comfortable for a while now. Our positivity rate, which I discussed above, is at 8% in the last 14 days, so we're right here in the middle. As far as contact tracing goes, we've been able to successfully interview every single person with COVID-19 within 24 hours of report. And we've been able to make contact with everyone they've exposed within 48 hours. So we've maintained almost 100% in regards to being able to contact every single person within that time frame. Some individuals don't answer us immediately, but we've at least attempted contact within that time frame. So we feel pretty good about boxing it in when we're able to make contact with individuals in that short period of time. Community spread, this is the percentage of individuals who don't know how or where they were exposed. And that's always a concerning indicator because it means that we may be missing cases somewhere. And so we like this number to be ideally below 5%. Right now we're hovering close to 40%. This is a trend that Eagle and Garfield are also seeing. It's not just here in Pickens County. We're seeing a lot of community spread. So what that tends to mean is that there are people out there who are asymptomatic and they don't know they're sick and they're passing on the disease to others, and people are getting infected unknowingly. And then lastly, we just monitor our cases in our neighboring counties in Garfield and Eagle, and right now they're seeing pretty high transmission as well. So anyway, I'll cut it off there. Trying to take up more time, but happy to answer any questions about that data.
Thank you, Josh. See if I can get back over to a bigger view here. I've got a couple of hands up for some questions, and I'll come right back to you real quickly. So, Josh, let's start off with, I'm going to start at the top there. Kelly, why don't you go? Ward next, and then Rachel. Kelly, Ward, and then Rachel.
Thank you. Thank you, Josh. I really appreciate all your hard work. I have two questions. With regards to the conditions that are being reported, are these conditions that are, does that include conditions that are being medically treated? So if somebody's taking medicine for hypertension or thyroid, are those also included in that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then I have a question about the R0. You know, we heard a lot about that in March, and we hear less about it now. So can you help me understand how that metric plays into this?
Sure, yeah, and that's a hard metric to calculate, especially when you have small numbers, because what you need to know in order to calculate that is how many people is each person exposing. And so because we have such high community spread, it's hard for us to calculate that number. And so we haven't been calculating the R0 at the county level. You really need a larger sample size to be able to calculate that. You know, each community is different. Some communities have an R0 above 1, meaning that each person is infecting at least one person or more, whereas some communities have been able to drive that number down below 1, which is what you want. But here in Pickens County, we haven't been able to calculate an accurate number for the R0.
Thank you.
Kelly, I can just add, we just got off the call with the state epidemiologist, and she said for Colorado, our R0 value just dropped below 1 for the state. So it was above 1, I think, just last week. But that was just an update for us recently.
That's good. That's good news. Thank you.
Ward, we'll go over to you. Ward, then Rachel. I do have a hand up from Skippy after that.
Yeah, thank you. Can you guys hear me?
Yep.
Okay. As you know, I'm on vacation in Maine, and my brother-in-law is in the cabin next door, who's from Houston, and this just adds some context. They have a daughter who was in Aspen, has gone back to Houston, tested positive, wasn't part of the numbers here, has not been contact traced. So I mention this just because these numbers, through no fault of anybody in Pickens County, are skewed by people that contact the disease, go home and test there, and never become part of our numbers. And this incidentally was at she's pretty sure she got it at speakeasy in town.
Thank you, Ward. Rachel, Skippy, and then the virtual hand raising does work, so if you, okay, and then I'll get to Steve after Skippy. Rachel?
Yeah, great, Tori, thank you so much. I guess I'm just wondering on the reporting of residences and where the cases are, do we go by just 81611 or 81612 or, and I'm only asking because in the past, I've known a lot of people who moved out of town but kept their Aspen post office address, or businesses that could be located 34 miles away, but they like to have an Aspen address. So did we get their physical place of residence or just their mailing address? And did we exclude all 81612s, or, you know, how did you deal with that issue? Thank you.
Sure, thanks, Rachel. So we, each time we get an address, we look it up to make sure it's within Pickens County. And so we don't go by zip, we just go by where they're physically at in Pickens County, and we count them. If they are long-term residents, so if they are here for more than a month, we also count them as Pickens County cases. But if they've moved out to a different county or different state, we don't count them as Pickens County cases unless they've been here for more than a month.
Thank you. Thanks for your work.
Skippy, over to you, and then Steve.
You lowered the hand. Yeah, thank you guys so much. Joshua, Karen, the whole team. This breakdown of everything with this much specificity, I think really helps to demystify the reality versus some of the rumor mill, and I think is really helpful. I'm curious, as it relates to the contact tracing piece, I think it's amazing to see 100% contact within 24 hours of tests, and 100% of those contacts reached in 48 hours. That seems amazing, and congratulations on the good work. But then earlier I saw an average of 3.3 people per individual and an average of 4 days from getting the virus until the test was made. And I guess in my mind, I'm imagining that a person who doesn't yet know that they have this thing would interact with in such a way more than 3.3 people during that time who they may pass it along to. And I'm wondering if you guys can just kind of help unpack those numbers so that I understand better how this is actually happening and then can translate that for others in the community.
Sure, that's a fair question. So when somebody is tested by their doctor at the hospital, they are usually informed that following their test, while the results are pending, they should remain isolated. So in general, we have a pretty short window that we're looking at in regards to their infectious period. Most individuals who go get tested are pretty good about isolating, that we found for the most part. And then again, you know, we have some individuals who are retired or they work from home, and so they haven't had a lot of interaction outside of their home while they've been infectious. And so for those individuals, they sometimes only have one contact, sometimes zero. Sometimes they're the only one that they state that they've been around while they were infectious. And then others have 8 or 9 or 10, right? So when you average all those out, we get about 3 on average. But I'd say for the most part, you know, our cases, those who test positive have been pretty good about isolating while they're pending the results.
That makes sense. Thank you for that.
Steve?
Well, my question, first question is, with the contact tracers calling people, has there been any resistance or reluctance of any of the people they called to reveal the people they were in contact with? Sounds like they've had pretty good success, but you hear stories from other places of people just flat out refusing to reveal the people they were in contact with, or maybe they're protecting somebody and not revealing everybody they were in contact with.
Right, thanks for bringing that up, Steve. So yeah, that 3.3, that only includes those who we hear about. So if the individual we speak with doesn't, you know, divulge other individuals who they may have been around, we'll never know. So, you know, we don't know what we don't know. And so that, so yeah, I think that's part of it. The second piece is we have had some pushback. We have had some individuals who don't want to share with us. they might mention that they've been around individuals, but they're worried about us contacting them. They're worried about them having to be quarantined. So we do our best from our end to assure the individual that we keep all their information private and confidential. We don't share their name with the contacts that they give us. But really, we just want to find out, was that person around you while they were infectious? Because if so, we want to make sure that they do stay quarantined so that we don't allow this virus to continue to spread. So I'd say we've had pretty good success, but we've definitely had our fair share of individuals who have been reluctant to share information with us.
Okay, and one other observation. I think your numbers of those in isolation is way underestimated. There are a large number of people who are basically in stay-at-home mode, myself included, who are very reluctant to go out in the community and only do so for very essential things. And that includes a lot of the senior population, a lot of younger people who they don't want to get sick. They just stay at home a whole lot more than they would have. So I think the number, there are probably a lot more people than you realize who are basically in isolation just of their own choosing.
Sure. Thank you, Steve. Ann's got a hand up next.
Yeah, first, Josh, thanks for all that data and putting it together so clearly. But this is for Karen. So after looking at all that data, can you make a generalization? Are we doing okay? Are we just barely holding back the floodwaters? Are we in deep trouble? I mean, if you could, I know it's complicated, but a lot of people would like to hear a more simplified statement of where we are right now.
Sure, and the very bottom part of the data that Josh presented, where it said triggers, where we see the different alerts, we're really looking at an amalgamation of all of those data points. Thanks, Josh, for bringing it up. So this is, we've been talking a little bit about having a coronameter on our website and really helping the community to see very clearly where we are as a community. So we're taking these different columns that you can see and thinking about how do these different data points come together to create a overarching picture for the community. And we're looking at, this will be released by Friday. We're planning on having this frontward facing in the community, but looking at potentially weighing, having weights associated with some of these data points. And so that's still on the back end with our data team to really determine if they're going to weight these and how they might be weighted. But if you were to just sort of take this in lump sum, you can see that as far as ADH capacity, there's actually a number of different data points that go into that section. So there's actually 3 different data points that actually indicate what ADH's capacity is, and those are the data points that we share at the Board of Health, the hospitalizations, that kind of thing. And so we have seen a nice, knowing that hospital data is a lag data, but we have seen a nice comfort level in that ADH capacity really falling into that blue or lower risk zone. As Josh mentioned, we are looking at our success of our BOCC strategy, and I just wanted to clarify. So we have been able to view cases interviewed within 24 hours, but that is not necessarily a 100% success rate, because if someone never answers their phone, we haven't been able to investigate that case. So it's just, we've been able to make that reach out and to try to contact them, but there are some folks that, and correct me if I'm wrong, Josh, there, but that the 100% success has to be contingent on people participating in that program fully. But we're really doing a great job. The team is doing a fantastic job actually in the BOCC strategy right now, and we're feeling really good that that is really an effective strategy to contain the virus, which is what it is. It's a containment strategy. I think, Anne, where we're still feeling a little bit of uncomfortableness or unease is, our case counts aren't obviously where we need them to be. And then our community spread, as Josh alluded to, is an indicator that feels sort of, it's pretty uncomfortable for us when our community spread, when we can't trace back to the known source. And then also recognizing our interconnectedness with Eagle and Garfield, and what we're seeing in those communities, they're both actually in the red zone in their corona meter. They would be in the very high risk kind of overarching zone. So Josh, I believe that we still, with all of those pieces, we're still feeling like we're in a moderate phase, a yellow zone, but I'll pause there and make sure you concur with me on that.
Yeah, that's right, Karen.
So we're in this yellow zone, but knowing that our two partner communities are in a red zone still puts us in this, I would say we would prefer to be in blue, first of all. Moderate, is a place that if we were tipping toward orange, we would definitely be sounding the alarm system a little bit more in the community. If we're tipping more toward blue, we're like, wow, we're really kind of plateauing and declining. So because of what's happening in our neighboring communities, I feel like we're a little bit more cautious and a little bit more on alert right now because what's happening next door to us. And Josh, if you want to weigh in on any of that.
No, I mean, I do want to echo what you said, Karen. Thanks for clarifying that. We've attempted contact with all of our cases in contact. Doesn't mean that we get through to all of them, but we have met 100% of attempted contact. All of our cases we have contacted 100%, but not all of our contacts. Sometimes we get bad phone numbers or they don't answer us. So thanks for clarifying that. And then, yeah, in regards to just overall levels, as Karen mentioned, we're right kind of on that cusp right here in that moderate zone, just because of our, we do still have a pretty high 14-day case rate that we're looking at. But in regards to boxing it in, we've been pretty effective at that measure.
Okay, thanks for that, Karen and Josh.
Thank you. That makes me think of the fact that while we may be doing well here, the nature of this virus is that doing well or being at low numbers is still having that presence of the virus. So while we are doing very well here and our community has done a great job as well as the county team, just any of the virus here is still that risk. So some good news in there. I have a few questions that I wanted to ask real quickly of Josh. Josh, one of the things that you said was about the testing and turnaround timeline of about 7 days from symptoms to test results. You were saying that you'd like to see that closer to 5, and I was wondering where do you have that day or two to make up? Is that on identifying symptoms and getting them to the testing, or is that on test turnaround time? Where do you see us being able to improve that 2-day advantage you were talking about?
Yeah, that's a good question. So as far as the lab, there's not much we can do about that, right? If the lab's going to take longer, they're going to take longer. So the area that we do or that we're able to make improvements on is from symptom onset until someone is tested. So recognizing COVID-19 symptoms is important, but also recognizing if you've been around someone who has COVID-19 symptoms, that you should also get tested should you experience those symptoms. We don't want someone getting tested on the exact day that they develop symptoms. The test can be a little bit faulty if you get tested too early. But if we're at that 2-day mark after they develop symptoms, that's a pretty good point at which someone can be tested and get an accurate result. So if we can reduce that amount of time, I think that's where we'll benefit the most.
So the message to the public there is that if you are symptomatic, have been with somebody that's symptomatic, pay close attention and act as quickly as possible to get to testing. And that would also include maybe isolating while you're in that undecided zone.
Yes.
Okay, thank you for that very much. And then this is maybe a tougher question, but you said that approximately 30% maybe from visitors to the county, 40% still unknown transmission source. We're seeing a lot of data there, and I agree with my colleagues that said thank you very much, and also how informative that data-driven perspective is for us. Are we seeing the city of Aspen, as you know, has just recently done a mandated mask zone that's outside and inside. we're doing as many big blanket types of mandates or measures, I should say, for public health. Is this data starting to delineate a little bit clearer for us where we are going to maybe put our efforts in the future?
Karen, did you want to start with that one?
You can go and I'll jump in. Yeah, whatever.
You know, it's tricky when you look at individuals who travel here. You know, I think it's hard for us to get a clear picture on, you know, whether or not, you know, those individuals are contributing significantly to our disease spread here in Aspen and in Pitkin County. So I think at this point, given the newness of the mask zone, I think it's still a hard question to answer. But I will say that, you know, with the amount of travelers we are seeing that are testing positive here, we're not seeing a lot of spread from them to Pitkin County residents. So it seems like we really do have two groups where we have our travelers who are being infected, then we have our Pitkin County residents who are being infected. We're not seeing a lot of crossover between the two. It really, when we have our travelers who come here and are infected, they tend to infect those who they're here with, or individuals that they may know. And sometimes they're from Pitkin, sometimes they're not. So there is a little bit of crossover, but for the most part, we're seeing really two bubbles of people, our travelers and our Pitkin County residents. So I think at this point, it's still challenging to answer that question.
But I thank you even for that. I thought that was good information just there. Thank you for sharing that. You know, I've got a couple of hands up. I'm going to go to a few other folks here in just a second. I just want to take this opportunity to say that this is great to have this opportunity to just share this meeting time with the BOCC and the county health team, and John, county manager. You know, this has been so difficult in this time over the last 5-6 months. For those in-person meetings, et cetera, and it's just great that we're getting a chance to talk about this. One of the things that I've heard from my fellow council members is how much we want to hear from you guys as well. You know, we respect the opinions and the perspective of BOCC and our health experts that are working on this round the clock. So as we are trying to make moves for the city of Aspen, we invite all the input that we can get from you. We appreciate it very much, and likewise, we're here for you as well in any resource capacity that we can be. So I really appreciate this conversation, and I think that upcoming we're going to need more conversations like this for our collective psyche to get together and make some decisions as we move into off seasons and winters. And you know, truly, there's a lot of people dealing with a lot going on out there, including the school district, et cetera. So hopefully, we're all going to maintain this collaborative effort, because I think it's going to take us all. It's going to take all of our thinking and all of our efforts. There was a hand up from Rachel. I'm going to go to Rachel, and then I'm looking for anybody else that wants to ask questions or comment at this period. Go ahead, Rachel.
Thank you, Tori, and thank you, Joshua and Karen and all the county staff. This has been, you know, quite a new effort for all of us. I wanted to say yes to Tori's comment on future meetings. I think that's going to be really important, and I realize it's been a juggling act more than a balancing act this past spring, getting ahead of opening up and getting ahead of boxing it in, and then dealing with it on the ground as there's been uncertainty and a lot of unknowns. And thinking about winter season coming up, I think it's just so important to meet and do what we can to start discussing that in advance. You know, we all are skiers or used to be skiers. I'm already getting calls from people asking me, will the gondola run? You know, should I buy a pass? You know, things like that. So anyhow, yes to future meetings. This has been really very helpful. I guess I'm kind of wondering something a little bigger picture that maybe you guys would have the answer to. I've wondered why we can't get a state-sponsored testing center in Glenwood Springs or something like that that would be regional. I think a lot of people really have hesitancy about should I go to the doctor yet or not, and oh, I'm feeling better now, so I'm not going to go to the doctor and I'm not going to get tested, and they may have been carrying. And people like myself who work in the grocery store over the past 5 months you just wonder, did I get it and pass through it without symptoms? Again, so I'm just kind of wondering, it seems very frustrating. I know we have testing available at the hospital or available, but it seems like such a very formal process, and all these other places are getting these drive-through testing locations, and we certainly have the population, and I guess with our caseload in the valley, it seems like we should be granted something like that as well.
Thanks, Rachel. I'll try to address that a little bit. So we have been working on a regional testing strategy and trying to leverage a little bit of the, if we have any power as a region to look at lab capacity. So that's one of the bottlenecks of lab capacity. Right. And then there may be a I don't know if there's a bottleneck of accessibility, but certainly, respecting that there's a limited number of places maybe to go get a PCR test right now. And so we did just have a call with the state, and on the front of lab capacity, the governor has really requested that CDPHE leave no stone unturned as far as trying to increase lab capacity within the state of Colorado. So that means working with universities or other kinds of entities that might be able to expand their own lab capability. I know in the state lab still is seeing a pretty slow TAT. We just had 10 days yesterday, I think, Josh. And so, but they have increased their capacity. They're running 24/7, but they are really looking at sort of prioritization of what, how many tests they take and the kinds of tests that they will run. They're also expanding just their space. So I know that it's the governor's initiative to really expand testing in Colorado on the lab side. So just to let you know that work's happening. But I think as much as we can leverage, I appreciate that the BOCC, the state of Aspen, the Board of Health all wrote that testing strategy letter too, because I think those kinds of things actually make a difference. I really do. So if we can leverage our collective voices around that. As far as a community testing site, the conversation today was perhaps looking at a Western Slope site. So it may not know, probably I'm thinking Grand Junction is usually the norm. We haven't asked for a community testing site maybe for the region. And as we're working through these regional strategies, that's something we could advance. They're looking at modeling the PET-C center and replicating that across the state. So they are looking Pueblo, El Paso, sort of front range communities, but they are looking at Western Slope. And if we wanted to advocate for one of those in Glenwood, I think we should.
Yeah, again, thank you for that explanation and reminding me and everyone else of all the details that surround a testing station. It's not a simple activity. I just think it would be very important to try to advocate for one closer to our region, especially if you're feeling sick. I don't think people are going to drive 2.5 hours to Grand Junction and back. I mean, that's a full day off work at best. And, I think that what's happening, it really concerns me a little. My son, who lives in Grand Junction, lives with a family who has 2 people in the medical field working. The husband ended up testing positive fairly quickly and quarantining. The wife, I'm not sure if she tested, but she quarantined. And my son Jacob came out with a low-grade fever, and he went up to the Flat Tops and quarantined for 2 weeks with someone he'd exposed. But now that he's come back down, how do you know you are no longer really transmittable? And his case is not going to be in the numbers for Mesa County because he didn't get a formal test. So I think that's a big part of it right now is we have a lot of people who are passing through this one way or the other, a little sick or a lot sick or not sick at all, and no test results. So we don't have any accuracy there without either some of this antibody testing to see if you've produced some of the reaction in your immune system that you did have it, or having, and I realize that doesn't necessarily tell you that you're immune forever or anything, but I guess testing is just something that I hear people at work saying, well, it costs $300, and I was like, no, I don't think that's right, but they don't know, and so you just have a lot of people, or I don't have a doctor, I can't get a doctor to prescribe a test for me, I'm just going to stay home for a few days. I mean, we just have a lot of that going on, and I'm sure Nance and Dean would be the first to say, hey, we have 15% of our population without health insurance, and that becomes a, I'm not going to a doctor unless I'm dying type of mentality. So I'm sure you're aware of these things. I just wanted to have a chance to vocalize them and say, let's just try to work on those other aspects of letting people know they can get tested without, you know, a large hurdle and a huge personal finance. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. I had a hand up first from Skippy, and then Steve, and then Kelly. Skippy?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, Rachel, I think, you know, great ideas there, and would love to see something like that. And Karen and team would love to learn more from you guys following this specifically on how we can support, if it's the best path forward, or even a parallel path forward, a more regional testing solution. I just wanted to kind of quickly touch on, and I don't know if this needs a response right now. I think Rachel and Tori and others have mentioned that beginning to prep together for the winter. You know, both of the county, the city, our council, board of commissioners is absolutely the next right step, and I'm glad to hear that we're all on the same page with that. You know, Karen, talking about the success of the box it in strategy is awesome and should be lauded. And our ability to box it in depends on the size of the contents we need to box in. And I think moving into the winter, the concern is that we lose our outdoor space, which has been a big buffer against spread. Once that same number of people and the same number of infections gets pushed into an indoor space, the constraints around spread change. And I think our charge will be making sure that we look at what's worked in the summer and continue to provide that for you and the team in the community, but also to listen to you guys and say, well, what do we know is changing and what are the new things we need to bring to bear? So I'm just kind of wondering if you could, and it might just be yes, but at a future meeting, but I'd love if you could kind of opine on what you see as the, you know, known knowns and known unknowns moving into winter, and give us some feedback on how we as mutual elected boards can best serve, resource your team and the community in a different way as we plan for that.
Sure, I'll do my best to drive to the known knowns. And so what we kind of have on our horizon are things that we're you know, have in the back of our minds. Is we know that we want schools to be able to operate in the ways that best serve students, and to let the school districts and our private schools have the best public health advice and the best medical advice to inform those really hard policy decisions. But ideally, you know, what's happening in our community really is, you know, schools are a microcosm of what we see in our broader community. And so we really want to make sure that as a community, we are reducing community spread in a way that's comfortable so that schools can operate in the way that they want to operate. And so when we think about, you know, just the intersection between community and school moving forward and how critical this is going to be, we are looking at just even kind of going off on a little tangent, but we're looking at some outbreak guidance that we just recently got that really does kind of impact schools in a different way around isolation and quarantine and what will be kind of expected from schools in that regard. And so as a community, if we can think about the bigger picture of, you know, having kids back in school in whatever, again, sort of whatever fashion makes the most sense, whether it's right now online or hybrid or in person, that's for the schools to decide. But we understand that impacts, there's a ripple effect back out to the community, right? So parents are going to be impacted if it's all online or and that kind of thing. So it is a societal kind of structure, and so as public health, the more that we can help the community and mitigate for disease transmission, that better off schools will be. It's the same as a community, not just public health, but we play a role obviously in this and setting that direction. We see that the same thing with the winter season. So the more that we have, the less we have community spread, the more that we understand the dynamics, and some of the data that Josh has been sharing does give us a little bit more insight as to how we can be more scalpel-like in our approach to whether it's mitigation strategies, or if it is suppression strategies, what would we be looking at to roll, kind of look at it in the public health order to ensure that we have contained virus so that those kinds of activities can happen, so that we can have a good winter season, because we understand the impact of that to the community. And then, so those are two big milestones, honestly, or two big mileposts to be working toward as a community. And then we also recognize the implications of vaccines, and that we need to be prepared and thinking about both the impact of flu vaccine. So it is going to be critically important that people get their flu vaccine this year, more so than any other time, because that's going to help doctors to be able to kind of delineate, is this flu, is it COVID, really having a good sense of what's going on. So all of those, the 5 containment commitments to containment will help us with other disease transmission as well, right? Flu, it should reduce our flu rates. So really thinking about vaccines, using flu vaccines as a practice for COVID-19 vaccines, and we're starting to learn more and more about what those vaccines might look like. So preparing our community for mass vaccinations around COVID-19 is going to be critical as well, and that's probably a little bit of a long haul. They're looking at 2 doses right now, and we'll see where that lands, pending which vaccines get approval. So we're thinking long game mass vaccinations, and then also the impact, as you said, Skippy, I think of, people being inside, having the flu season on top of this. There's some data that shows that viral transmission is higher in colder climates. I'm not sure if that's still the correct data, but that was some early data early on. So how do we kind of factor in all the information we have to date, be up to date on the new science to inform our strategy and our public health practice, and really think about that winter season as a critical season, thinking about, we're going to probably see a little bit of a lull in visitors. This is a time to get a lot of systems in place so that when winter season hits, we have all of those ready to go and they're effective and efficient systems. I don't know if that answers your question completely, but we're trying to think about those mileposts out.
I would add to that, I think there's a role, sorry Skippy, but
no, man, jump in and out.
There's probably a role that these bodies could be thinking about that probably sits just outside of public health, and what is going to make our winter season either more challenging or safer. It's really a matter of space, right? We know that distance is still our best friend, and so are there options for us to temporarily expand the space that's available for the types of activities that would support some sustainable level of winter economy? And I know there's all kinds of challenges, but that would be probably a consideration just outside of the important public health milestones that Karen just laid out that would fall in the wheelhouse of municipal and county and private and nonprofit organizations.
Yeah, thank you guys both for that. I mean, I think that's exactly right? I mean, Karen, you said everything we know. There's lots we don't know, and the question is, how do we engage in collective, mutually supportive sense-making to arrive at best practices yet unidentified? So I think that's right. I guess the reflection question I would have, and it doesn't need to be answered now, which is for you, Karen, but also for John and Sarah, is what structure of regular get-togethers or check-ins or anything, could be emails or it could be meetings, could council and Board of County Commissioners, as well as the health architecture, engage in over the next 2 to 3 months, so that we can collectively work through those issues and provide guidance for you, John and Sarah, but also support for you, Karen, to reach those goals.
And they can start working on scheduling and types of interactions and a timeline for maybe us to review. these meetings are too far and few between in a time of emergency like this. So, Skippy, I think your suggestion was to be able to think on that and make sure that we're all moving forward together. But I didn't hear you for a call on the schedule at this time. Is that okay?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, I think it's a question for John, Sarah, and Karen to say, what do they need of us to have all of us, engage in the best collective sense making, and I think they can tell us that.
Perfect, thank you. I'm going to go to Steve. I want to keep moving through this first item on our agenda. And John or Karen, do we have more presentation, or was that the EPI presentation that we were going to see on this issue?
Well, as we found, we can take all the time talking about this stuff, so I would suggest more cutting it off to leave time for REMP once we've worked through questions. Karen was going to give a little update where we're at with our staffing and building the team and that sort of thing, but I think hearing your questions is probably more important.
Okay, so we'll go to Steve, and then I've got Kelly, and then some closing comments by Karen.
So tagging on to Rachel's comments, I personally know of 6 people in Pickens County who have basically been sick for 4 to 5 months, me being one of them. 3 of them tested positive on the swab test and the antibody test. The other 3 of us had negative tests on both the swab and the antibody. The symptoms, it's COVID-like symptoms that will be recurring. They go away and then they come back, and the extreme tiredness goes away and comes back. I just want all of you to be aware that there are people in our community who are experiencing this right now. And what I don't know is the virus still alive in me somewhere, and I could still potentially transmit it to somebody? Could I be exposed to someone with the virus and get another case or a worse case or a different case of it? So there are these unknown questions that we don't, maybe don't know the medical answers to yet. But just so you are all aware, there are people in our community who have been sick for, going on 5 months now. Not always like really sick, but just feeling crummy. I probably feel about 50% of my capacity right now after 5 months. And I feel really good. I feel healthy, but I'm really only 50% of where I was back at the beginning of March. So just wanted to put that out there. I don't know that just something to be aware of, nothing we can really do anything about right now, but just wanted to let you know.
Steve, thanks for bringing that up. We've had a few individuals that we've spoken with recently, especially those who are in their 30s, who are experiencing the same thing that you're describing. They're experiencing chronic effects from having had COVID, and it's been lasting weeks to months. And what we're doing at that county is we're actually going to begin following up with individuals since March, to find out where they're at, to try to get some better data and perspective on what people are experiencing post-infection. Because you're right, Steve, there's a lot of individuals out there who are still suffering from COVID. And I think that's an extremely important message to get out is this isn't a flu. It's not a cold. You don't just get over it and that's it. There are long-lasting effects from this virus, and we don't even know what that'll mean for us in 5, 10, 20 years down the line, or what that'll mean for the individuals who are infected. We just don't have that data yet. And I think that's a great point, Steve, to really emphasize that, you're protecting individuals from an acute infection or a current infection, but you're also protecting them from what may be yet to come and these longer-lasting impacts. So thanks for bringing that up, Steve, and I'm sorry to hear that you're still experiencing those symptoms.
Let's go to Kelly then. Thank you, Steve. Kelly?
Okay, thanks. So I have 4 points of alliance that I think we can all work together on, and I will run through them quickly. The first, John Peacock, mentioned, I've been thinking a lot about, what sort of infrastructure planning can we be helping with to think about the winter, to be able to help continue some economic activity, things like installation of improved ventilation, things like that. So if there's a role for the county to, help identify and provide some resources in that, I think that's a conversation for our two boards to have. Additionally, I think that there's still a gap in our approach to enforcement, and we've had independent conversations about our enforcement opportunities, and I think it would help if we get on the same page. You know, I think that there's some opportunities there with what the sheriff has committed to do with enforcing isolation and quarantine orders and all the fantastic work the APD has done with mask adherence and, you know, business adherence, as well as our consumer protection staffs. So that's just a second point. If we have time in the round robin, I'd love to hear about the small business loan program and how that is starting to take off. We've sort of batted that idea around at the county, and so I'd be curious to hear your take-up rate on that. And then finally, I want to circle back to Tori and Rachel's concerns about expansive testing. You know, I think the ask for a community testing site is something that is we can easily coalesce the 10 of us around and make a full court press for. I think it just departs a little bit from what our board recently heard with regards to the advantage and role of having a primary care provider make the referral. And so I'd love for Karen at some point, you know, sooner rather than later, if that is a request that we want to make, like, our boards are poised to chase that down, you know, at the state level. So those are the four things that I think, you know, we have real opportunities to work very successfully together at.
Thank you for that, Kelly. Karen, if you want to just take 2 or 3 minutes for final words on some of the items that you were going to close with, that'd be great at this point. We don't want to not hear them. This is an important topic for us. So if you want a couple minutes to talk about those last points, about filling out your team and where you are as an organization, and then we'll wrap this up and we'll move to our next item.
Great, thank you, Tori. So this is a very unsophisticated org chart, but it's the latest and greatest that we have. So the orange indicates the current FTE that we had going into COVID-19. So those were approved positions within the public health department doing a myriad of different core public health services at the time. One position on this in the orange was really a 0.5 dedicated epidemiologist. So that's what we walked into COVID with, and then our epidemiologist went on maternity leave and had a lovely little boy. So we actually lost that capacity right away. And so with the funding that through the county and then some CARES Act funding and CDC funding, we're really able to look at an expansion of the public health team in response to COVID-19. So the blue, all the blue colors are all folks that have come on board specific to COVID-19. So you can see that as a going into COVID-19, we actually had 5 FTE in the department because we had 3 normal vacancies. So we've really staffed up to add a total of 17 FTE to our department in 5 months, which has been a pretty big lift, I will tell you, for the team to be able to onboard, bring all these people on, get them trained, get them settled in, and as you all know, in a virtual world, it's really difficult as well. So some of these folks I've actually never met in person. In fact, Josh and I have only interacted, I think, once in person this whole time. So it's been a little bit of a challenge to build out a team, but I just want to put a huge plug out to my public health partners in this. All of these folks that you see on this org chart are incredible. The work that they have done is incredible. Building out a team like this, addressing a pandemic, trying to do their old jobs, because we all had 40-hour-a-week jobs before COVID, and that this team is just phenomenal and are really super dedicated to this community and trying to make the best health for this community. So really acknowledging this kind of build out. So you can see we've almost restructured our whole department, in which where Suzuho is sitting, the deputy director is in charge of data and administration. Jordana is really serving as we call it like the community liaison division, which includes the work that was being done before around tobacco and our PACT program, which I think most of you are familiar with, but also some subject matter experts now around COVID. So they're all the ones that are working with different sectors of the community and helping with the guidance plans that you see on our website, and helping to work specifically with sectors to help them understand the public health orders. Then you can see under Kurt, normally environmental health manager, that he has Brian, who's now serving as the supervisor for that consumer and employee health protection team. And we've built out that to 2 FTE underneath Brian. And really they have been doing a lot of the lion's share of reviewing those business safety plans, ensuring that all the businesses actually have those in place, working specifically with businesses to help educate them and guide them through the process of complying with the public health order as well as the business safety plans. And that team is really just staffed up in the last week or so. And then Josh's team, is a new epidemiologist for us and supervisor, and is just doing, as you've seen, some really phenomenal work with our data and our epi work, and then has built out a disease investigation team, and that's who's underneath him. So those are the case investigators and the contact tracers that are doing that work. And so all of the kind of blue folks are probably within, many of them are just new staff within the last 2 or 3 weeks, and these teams are really just ramping up. But I think we're already seeing the product of their work and the success of their work, which is really awesome. And just to note that 2 of the people underneath Josh's team are bilingual and bicultural, which is really an important component when we look at the disparities and inequities that are happening in the disease burden of the Latinx Hispanic community.
So can I add something, Tori?
Yeah, go right ahead.
Yeah, Karen, I do want to thank you. It's an amazing job you guys have done in a very short period of time, but I also want to add a thank you to, since we needed new job descriptions, we had benefits that came along with this. We had a huge effort by other departments within the county, human resources, the finance department, to get this up and running. So it's taken the whole county effort to really get our public health department where they are today and where we need them to be today, and where we'll see what happens tomorrow and where we need to go. But I wanted to thank the rest of the county employees that also facilitated in this effort.
Thanks, Patty, for bringing that up. Absolutely. We've had a dedicated HR person, Jeff, who's been amazing in helping us with this. He's truly been phenomenal, and we know the back end on the finance side of getting payroll and all these other things set up as well. So we really do thank our other departments in the county for helping us.
Great. Thanks, Karen.
Thank you. With that, guys, what we've heard tonight is really just a call for this collaboration, constant communication. We had a couple of specific items to talk about, and that's infrastructure improvement, enforcement, and seamless compliance. That goes everywhere from the core out to our trails. More information about a small business loan program. And an ask, if you will, for some regional testing, or at least the capabilities therein. So I think that we have a couple of topics that we want to follow up with a little bit more information. I will send an email to recap that and just see if we can keep those conversations going, including all of us on those conversations. And more to come, obviously. The unknown is still out there, and we're still working with it. So we're going to move on from the health update, and we thank you all so much. Josh, thanks for your time. And Karen, thank you for giving us clarity about where the team is as well. So with that, we're going to come back to that, of course. We might have time at the end of the roundtable for other comments. But let's go ahead and move on to our item number 2 for this evening then. Thank you, guys. And let's get over to the REMP discussion tonight. And we have a couple, I think a joint presentation may be coming from this. Cindy and perhaps Ashley are going to work together on some of the information to set the stage for a conversation between the two boards about the renewable energy mitigation program. So I'll turn it over to Ashley or Cindy.
Great. Thank you, Tori. I am going to share my screen to get us started because we have a little PowerPoint that we want to show. And then, no, wait, that would make it too easy. Hold on. Go, share, and, okay. Can everybody see my screen and hear me?
Should be able to, yes.
Okay, great. Good evening, everyone. I'm Ashley Pearl. I'm the Climate Action Manager with the City of Aspen. And joining me tonight is Cindy Hubin, who's the Community Development Director for Pickens County. And we have, we're going to keep it very short and sweet because tonight is really an opportunity for a discussion between the two boards. So we're here to talk tonight about the REMP program, which stands for the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program, of course. It's in its 20th year, so it seems appropriate for an update and some discussion. And so really what I'll just share with you tonight is this is the big question that we're looking for council and the BOCC to really grapple with, and of course we're here to support you through it. But the question here is, REMP has been around for 20 years. It has historically been a joint program between the BOCC and City Council. We've both collected, both entities have collected REMP fees over the years. They have supported CORE with those for the last 20 years, and a lot has changed. We're in a different time now than we were, and the ability of both the city and the county to continue to make this a very equal joint sharing of the program is no longer there. So the question Cindy and I are posing for your discussion is, do the city and the county want to continue using the REMP dollars to jointly support a third-party nonprofit, i.e. CORE, or to do climate action, energy efficiency, and renewable energy work in the region? So this is where we're at, and we hope to kind of keep it at this level tonight. So I know that both boards have recently heard from CORE and talked really specifically about 2021 and funding CORE in 2021. So I have a lot of confidence as a board member of CORE as well that the 2021 funding for CORE has thoroughly been researched and examined and is moving forward. And so tonight's conversation, we're hoping, can really look at 2022 and future years after that. Really big picture, high level, where does each board sit? Are we aligned in our visions? And if so, do we want to move forward with some sort of shared partnership to support this work in the region? And so staying really at that level is our hope for this discussion this evening. So before we get started, I'll share just what I'm calling the REMP basics, just so we're all on the same page about what REMP is. So first and foremost, REMP lives in both the city and the county code. It lives in our building codes. It applies to residential and commercial construction, and it's only construction that's either new construction, remodels, or additions. And you only trigger REMP, a development will only trigger REMP if you have either a pool, a spa, or an outdoor heated surface. And that's in both the city and the county. And then in Pickens County, if you have over 5,000 square feet encompasses your development, you also trigger REMP. So that's kind of how you get into REMP. And then if your development does trigger REMP, you have two choices. You can either, as a developer, you can mitigate on site with solar energy or geothermal energy. So the whole point of REMP, it stands for Renewable Energy Mitigation Program. So if you're one of these things, you have a pool or a heated driveway, you're using excess energy, REMP is set up so that we're mitigating that impact on the community. Because of course, more energy means more carbon, more impacts to the grid, and more impacts to the community. And so REMP was really created to create a way to make sure that when you are using this excess energy, the impacts on the community are accounted for. So the developer can either mitigate on site, which is great, we get more renewable energy on the grid, it creates more resiliency, or if they can't or they don't want to put in solar or geothermal, then they can pay the REMP fee. If they choose to pay the REMP fee, it's collected by either, if you're in the city, it's collected by the city community development department. If you're in the county, it's collected by the county ComDev department, and then those fees are held in funds in each entity. So then what happens with those fees is basically one of three things. They're one of two things, I'll say really. One of the things that can happen with the fees is they sit in the fund and then they are actually refunded out to projects. So you as a developer, imagine that you're building a new house and you think, okay, we're gonna have a large heated driveway. And you go to the ComDev department and you say, okay, I don't think we can do solar. I'm gonna pay the fee. That's when you put in your permit application. But then by the time you have a CO, which in our development community can be 2 or 3 years down the road, a certificate of occupancy, you may have found a way throughout the project to actually do solar on site, or your client may have decided they really want geothermal. So some of the rent fees need to be held to pay back refunds for developments that actually end up mitigating on site and therefore no longer have to pay the fee. So that's one thing that can happen to the fees is we need to hold some so that we can pay refunds if that ends up happening. Or secondly, the funds sit in the fund until they are appropriated by either city council or the BOCC on mitigation projects. So the majority of funds do end up going to CORE, and then CORE uses those to reduce carbon and reduce energy elsewhere in the community. So that's the REMP basics. Cindy, I'll turn it over to you to give us some trends that we've seen over the last 20 years of REMP.
Great, thanks, Ashley. Yeah, historically, because this has been a 20-year program, the city and the county have collected similar balances each year. But the trend lately in the county has been that we have given a higher percentage of refunds because we think that really the county has more of the ability to put on site with larger lots, have a lot more offsets on site, and have more renewable energy on site. So we do refund to a greater level than the city has historically. This year today, just as an example, we've refunded to the tune of about 44% of what we've taken in. But as Ashley said, sometimes those are on older projects. Some of we've only done 4 refunds this year, but they amounted to over $400,000. And those refunds were from 2017, 18, and 19, because some of these residential homes take a while to get to their certificate of occupancy when we do the refund, as Ashley said. But through the years, the city and the county has been able to support CORE to the tune of about $19 million over that 20 years, which has gone into the community and produced a lot of energy savings. Both the city and the county now, through the years, have created their own independent climate action programs. You with the Canary Initiative in the city and us in the county through, mainly through our climate action plan, and how we're trying to incorporate the climate action planning into each one of our departments. Now, there's a little bit of a difference that has occurred over the last several years, maybe the last decade. I think, Ashley, you told me that Canary Initiative's been around for about 14 years now. So
2004, yeah.
Both the city and the county have had other climate action programs going on, as well as CORE in the community. So with that, we're back to our questions. We're back to the main question today, which is we've got these funds that have been collected through the Renewable Energy Mitigation Program. Both the city and the county attorney have looked at that program, find it a stable, supportive program where funds can be reused within Pickens County, and that the dollars can be passed through to a third party for climate action and efficiency, which we have been doing, and or those funds could be used within each jurisdiction to get the work done. So we have that high-level question for you today, which is when REMP was created, it was created as a joint program between the city and the county. And it's continued to be a joint program. As you know, CORE comes to the city and the county each year to request support for their budget through the funds that have been collected each year. So that's where we are today, and I think mainly we want to have you have that discussion. I know Ashley sent you as the city council a memo, which I forwarded to our board, unfortunately just today, but they have that and a couple of talking points. So with that, we're here as resources to help you, and I know John and Sarah are both here as well.
So, Tori, I think if we want to take any clarifying questions about how REMP works or the history that we're at, maybe we should start there, and then we could pass it off for general discussion.
Absolutely. I've got a hand up from Rachel. I'm going to go to her in just a moment. I have a quick question to start this off, though. Ashley, is it quantifiable, the dollars that go to the REMP dollars that either go through CORE or other application? Is it quantifiable about their effectiveness? Is there a carbon tonnage per dollar measure, and can you share that? Or I guess my greater, really evaluating the dollars and their good usage, is there a quantifiable measure or scale that we can put that on?
Yeah, so George and Cindy, correct me if I'm wrong, but the last, CORE collects pretty incredible data. They use Salesforce and collects data about all the different uses of the REMP fund and the customers they interact with. When they last created a impacts of REMP report in 2018, it was shown that for every $1 of REMP, they reduced 7 pounds of carbon. Does that sound correct, George and Cindy? I can pull that up and while we're talking and correct if that's
great.
Yeah.
And then is that comparable to other actions, other opportunities, et cetera?
I believe so. We look at, we don't have as great of numbers for individual projects over the years, and so when we look at that number from the total REMP, that $19 million, that looks pretty good, especially across the state and across the region for other uses and impacts from similar monies.
And Tori, I'll just jump in at the CORE retreat a couple of weeks ago. Mona presented a pretty comprehensive metrics analysis of what they've done. So we should get a copy of that for everybody.
Okay. All right. I'll go to Rachel. Then I have a hand up from Ward. And I see Greg and George.
Yeah, thank you. I guess I can back out of the line. I don't really have any questions about REMP. I was ready more to walk into the discussion. Are your other folks online with questions, or we're just starting to dig in now?
I'm looking. I have Greg and George I don't think have questions. I think they have input, comment. Okay. Ward, questions or input?
Let's dig in.
Greg, did you have a question clarifying?
Well, everything I've seen at this point in this early part of the discussion shows that seems to be that we've got a system that's working. And so my question is it broke, and do we need to fix it? If it's not, let's keep going. So that might be part of the discussion. But my question is, if there's been a rough spot in the road that you want to articulate as you're describing this, going into this, I'd love to hear it.
Yeah. Okay. So it sounds like we're digging in. Greg, I think the challenge is that the county can't uphold its half of the administration anymore fees. So that's the bump in the road that we're all facing now. And it's a good bump because the county has tightened its energy policy up so much, but that's clearly the bump. And when we talked as a board, we really talked very much about funding 2021 and seeing 2021 work as a real transition year for the organization. What I would say is it's very hard for me to answer the question as it's been posed to us without more information. I don't have CORE's business model in front of me. So I can't look at it to say, well, could we eliminate 1 or 2 positions here? Could we do this? Or, I don't have their workload of what they do individually, like in a matrix next to what Ashley does and what the county's program does, to say, okay, how are we going to make sure none of the important components are dropped between these 3 entities doing this work? I mean, I really feel like this needs to be more of a design charrette, which is very hard to do by Zoom. But the information needed, the way I look at it is we've been operating off of one business model, and the business model needs to change because the market has changed. And it's just like any other business, you have to change with the times. And the changes, the reasons compelling us to change are good, because the energy code itself, when people are building, is requiring greater efficiencies, and there's less generated in mitigation fees. So again, to really have this discussion, I would need to start to say, okay, what does a pared down core look like that both entities can fund if it's in the interest of the county to continue to fund this? And secondly, how do we make sure that we'd have no duplication of services or efforts between the city, the county, and CORE? And how do we continue to create greater alignment? One of the other things I've always thought, and have mentioned before, that CORE's strength was the greater number of entities other than government that were members of CORE. And I really don't have the information in front of me to know, well, what have their physical in-kind contributions or cash contributions been to the agency going forward? Is the partnership in name only, or will we be losing partners and contributions by not continuing to fund CORE? I mean, are our dollars leveraged there with the Black Hills Energy now and the natural gas providers or Holy Cross Electric? So it's asking a question that I would say, yes, I'd love to see it continue as a joint program of the 2 communities, 2 governments, but I don't have the business model in front of me to start saying how do we make it work and how do we change it. And I don't know what the other partners contribute or don't contribute. And, I look to the question of, well, what could be future funding sources beyond mitigation? And I don't know that any of them are valid avenues for us to follow, but could or should there be a surcharge on the City of Aspen's electric delivery? Are we legally allowed to do any sort of franchise or surcharge fee on the natural gas that's delivered into Pickton County? We had passed the PACE, Property Assessed Clean Energy legislation in the county a number of years ago, right before the big housing bust. And then Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac said, well, we're not going to do loans or mortgages on properties that might have a PACE assessment for clean energy. Has that changed? How could we reactivate the PACE program in a way that allows individuals to improve their older homes, which is what that was all about? That is where you make the improvements and you pay back the cost of the improvements through property tax collections on an annual basis. And again, we were rocketing on that one, but then we ran into problems with the federal mortgage-backed industry. So I just want to look for other ways rather than give this a thumbs up or thumbs down that we are canceling our commitment to CORE and the CORE programs and going to absorb them in-house in 2022. I mean, that seems to be one alternative here, or find new business models and new ways to tear the agency down, accomplish the work, and get the funding it needs. Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Ward and then George.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like to start at a really high level, and I think that the county and the city have shared values, and I think that the last 20 years with our participation in partnership and funding of core indicates those shared values of reduced carbon and increased renewable energy creation. And I see core as a delivery vehicle for achieving programs that address those shared values. And what we're looking at, there is, I don't think it's broken, but it is going to change because of the funding change. In 2021, I think the city is contributing 87.5% and the county 12.5%. And that begs the question, is the county committed to continuing a partnership with CORE for delivery of programs that achieve our shared values, our shared goals? Is the county prepared to come up with a different funding mechanism other than REMP? Or is the county looking to have a decreased participation in CORE, which for me begs the question if the city is going to continue with a level of funding that we've committed to, not officially, but in a work session for 2021, are we going to continue that participation and that level in skewed percentage of financing? Should the city have increased voting members on the core board? I think that instead of looking and really focusing on core, I think we should be focusing on delivery of programs, shared values, and funding of those values. And as an ancillary, is core the best vehicle to deliver these programs? And if so, at what funding level and what staffing level? And as we came up with in our work session, that this 2021 should be a transitional year because it's really changing. The funding balance is no longer 50-50, and that is in no way meant to disparage the county, because the county is delivering on our shared values and programs that address those shared values through their changes in their building codes and energy codes. I don't know what the path is to increase funding of the fees or increase the fees, but it seems to me on face value that it's to increase the city development fees is really disproportionate. That if we're already contributing 87.5%, and if it looks like we're going to be contributing that kind of a balance in the future, for us to come up with a higher fee generation doesn't seem right to me. So, in summary, I think I think we have those shared values, and that the funding commitment from CORE or from the county for CORE, is there going to be a new funding source? Is the county backing out? Are they fully committed? Are they going to be contributing more than they are committed to in 2021? And if not, is CORE still the best vehicle for delivering the programs? And I don't see John Ely in the participant list, but I do want Jim True to brief us on, is the county, Pickens County, the only place that our REMP fees can be spent? I think that I would like John's input on that, and maybe John Peacock as well. Jim and John, please.
So, Tori?
Yeah, I'm just wondering if we're going to get, Ward, did you want clarification on that later? Did you want a simple answer here now? What were you requesting?
Yeah, I don't know if there is a simple answer, but I think it's a foundational piece for if we're looking at $1.6 million being funded through joint contributions from the city and county, and that $1.6 million has to be spent on projects in Pickton County, it begs the question of where does funding for programs outside of Pickton County come from?
Okay. George.
Yeah, generally, Ward, and I do think, oh, I'm sorry, Tori, did you want me to answer that?
If you can,
yeah,
go right ahead.
Yeah, so from the county's perspective, the rational nexus is the benefit does need to accrue in Pickton County. And generally, the projects also need to be there, but with the rational nexus, you know, you can look at some type of project funding outside of Pickton County. I think, you know, I'd let Jim, if he's on, answer for the city. It may be just a slightly different optic because of the geographies.
If you wish, disagree with that statement. The issue is in our ordinance that directed the creation of the REMP and the use of the funds, it does limit to the city of Aspen and Pickton County, but there is a nexus issue that can always be discussed as to whether the benefits are flowing to the the citizens of the city of Aspen through something that's broader than that, because the REMP language even mentions buying certain benefits from Colorado and Wyoming. So there is a recognition that the nexus can extend outside of the city and county if it can be properly articulated as a benefit and a clear benefit for the citizens of the city of Aspen, which is a matter of articulation. But our ordinance does limit that. So that's all I can say right now.
Okay, George.
Thank you. This reminds me of a discussion we had several years ago regarding APSHA, when there was some discussion about separating APSHA and having the city go your way and the county go our way. And we talked about the discrepancies of funding opportunities where the city has the red and the county funds comes out of the general fund. But we decided as a group that it was important, as has been stated with Rachel and Ward, that we share common values. We share common values with APSHA to be able to provide affordable workforce housing, and we share common values in terms of addressing our climate. And what CORE brings to the table that I don't think any other organization has, at least to this point, is the ability to utilize these dollars in the most effective way with the most effective results through education, through consulting, through returning these dollars back into the community through rebates and grants. So CORE has always been the go-to organization and should continue to be that go-to organization. As rent dollars decline, again, due to our success in terms of tightening up our building codes and our energy codes, we will see that continue. But I think that we should look at rent as a continued funding resource as long as we're able to continue to generate dollars from that. And in the past, historically, we've always used 30% as a guideline. So 30% of our dollars from the county collected from rent and 30% from the city collected from rent has been utilized to fund CORE. And I think we should continue that sort of formula. And even though the city may have some more dollars right now, you'll see a declining collection as well. I think the bigger question is not whether we should continue funding CORE, but how can we continue to generate a new source of income. Rent, as Ashley said, was so innovative. 20 years ago, we were the first community in the country, probably in the world, that came up with a carbon mitigation fee, and it's proven so successfully. What CORE is able to do that no other entity is not only look at our individual climate action plans, whether it's the city or the county, but look on a regional basis for all the climate action plans within the entire valley. It doesn't help us too much as much if we're not able to include our other municipalities in the valley and our other counties who go back and forth within our watershed, within our airshed, within our workforce. So for me, the question is not whether we should continue to fund CORE utilizing our REMP dollars, but how can we find yet the next innovative way to help contribute the success of CORE through a new funding mechanism. And when I look at the Healthy Community Fund, how that is funded to help organizations throughout the valley and beyond, I think we should be looking at a Healthy Climate Fund and find ways that we could fund a Healthy Climate Fund that could ensure the ability to maintain and reach our goals as a community, to reduce our carbon footprint, to ensure that we're going to mitigate as much as we can our climate change. And there's ways that we can do that. We should be looking at bringing in our current partners, such as Holy Cross, Black Hills Energy, and think about ways to come up with a new carbon fee, a carbon tax, as it may be, utilize those dollars for the benefit of the city, the county, the entire region, because that's the only way we're going to be successful in terms of doing our small part in terms of addressing climate change. You know, we are viewed from the outside world, from the success of so many of our programs, and they are models that are copied throughout the country and the world, whether it's APSHA, whether it's our open space and trails programs, or whether it's CORE through our REMP fees. This is a model that we're hoping that other communities will tag on to, and we're able to provide opportunities for those other communities to address climate change in their region. So I think that's a question. How can we find a new source of funding, develop a healthy climate fund, still utilize REMP dollars as we're able to, and move forward into, I think, the 21st century and the challenge that we all are going to have regarding climate change.
Thank you, George. I don't have virtual hands raised here. I see Steve with a hand up, so I'm going to go to him. Unmute yourself, Steve.
Okay, I found my cursor. I can't find the virtual hand raising thing on this one for some reason. I totally agree with George. We need to continue CORE. Really, the whole REMP concept and the way we're funding CORE is designed to, if we're completely successful, eventually we bring in no money from REMP. And I think we're probably starting to see that in the county, that more people are mitigating on their own properties rather than paying the REMP fee. And so our program is actually being successful. We're bringing in less money. So what we need to do really is to figure out new sources of funding. And I know that the CORE board has put some thought to this. But I just made a short list while I was sitting here, and I'll just read that list off as possibilities. And some of them, I mean, it was partly generated when Mona Newton gave her presentation to us. So CORE could collect donations. They could get grant money from foundations and wherever. They could develop a consulting business where they actually charge fees to the customers for some of the work that they do. We could look for state funding from the Colorado Energy Office, which maybe would be generated from a carbon fee at the state level. And I like George's Healthy Climate Fund idea too. So that's just a short list of possible funding sources that, new ways to fund core that we're really not using now. We want REMP to go away eventually because everybody's building such energy efficient net zero type buildings. They're all tuned in. And so I think looking to the future, we need to continue our partnership and just come up with a different way to raise the money. Now, just one thought on the disparity. Aspen has a lot bigger REMP fund right now than the county does. And if we do develop other sources of funding, maybe the money that Aspen has in its REMP fund could be used for City of Aspen projects on your own facilities as a way to kind of equalize the thing. The money that you have collected, you can use on your own projects. And that might be a way that you would have more money to spend on your projects, and you could therefore save money on your own construction projects. So I'll leave it at that, just some ideas.
Thank you, Steve. We've got Ann and then Kelly. Ann?
So first, just some clarification or a comment that George made about the 30% collected from REMP goes to core, as opposed to matching funds, equal amount of money going to core from the city and county. Could someone answer that for me? Which is the correct funding distribution?
And go ahead, Ashley.
I believe that when core sets their budget, they look at the fund balance of both the city and the county, calculate what 30% of that would be, and then that informs core's total budget. But then for every year that we've funded core, since 2000, we have always funded at equal amounts. I looked back all the way to 2000, and it was exactly equal every single year for the last 20 years. But the 30% number that George was referencing helps inform core's budget ask.
Okay, so thanks, George. I was unaware of that. I thought it was just an even matching of funds. So a couple things. I have no doubt at all that the city and county have shared values.
And you just kind of restated that wrong. It is an even matching of funds. It's just that the total budget comes from 30% of what the two entities have together.
Not necessarily, not the way Ashley just described it.
Well, maybe we should clarify, because what I heard from Ashley was they create their annual budget from what would be the total of 30% of the cities and 30% of the counties.
Right.
That's how they create the budget, but funding the budget has been 50-50.
As I was saying that, I'm realizing that those definitely don't coincide, and so I will have to look. What I can confidently say is since 2000, the city and the county have put in exactly the same amount to core for the budget. I'll look to George. I know there is some 30% number that core looks at of the fund balances.
Well, let's get the information on that, because yeah, I hadn't heard that 30%, but I have some other comments. And just a second, George, let me just finish. So as I said, if we get clarification on that, because it didn't quite make sense with what I've seen on the board. Like I said, I'm sure that I have no doubt we have shared values on this. As we talked about too, the things are changing where the REMP fund, that the county collections will most probably go down. Perhaps the cities will go down also. That's what we're looking for. That would be success for REMP to go down. So what we talked about at our work session, I think still remains very true, that 2021, which is fully funded for course, to 1.6 million from the city and county, is a transition year. And city, county, core need to look at all the different options. I don't think we can make some kind of decision tonight. I think we need 2021 for the transition year to look at options of other types of funding, which CORE presented at the retreats. I'm not sure there was consensus as to any of those methods going forward. What to do with somewhat of a reduced budget. I think it's a given that something, now that we're restricted to just projects within the county, we can still collectively do much more than the city separately, the county separately. So we need to continue to be working together. But we need to be considering the very different amount of funding that may be coming up in 22 and 23. The other thing is, and again, this gets into it a little detail, but the board composition, when we're restricting CORE funding to just Pitkin County projects, does the composition of the board need to change? And as Ward alluded to, if there's disproportionate funding by city and county and other partners, do we need to relook at the composition of the board? So I think making a decision tonight to the question that Ashley posed to us is premature, and I still support the fact that having 2021 be a transition year for CORE and the way REMP is used.
Thank you, Ann. I have a raised hand by Kelly. I didn't know if George wanted to jump in and clarify anything that was just being talked about, the 30%. So George, if you've got clarifying information, then we'll go to Kelly, and then I got Greg.
Yeah, I mean, it became an accounting issue. For years, we were looking at one pot of money. The county would put in and the city would put in. We'd have one pot of money, and from that, CORE would request 30% of that total pot. And the reason that 30% came up was that was the ability to ensure that if rent dollars were going to decline in future years, that there would be enough continuity for the programs that CORE has established to be able to continue to provide that, as well as ensuring that if we have to, either the city or the county had to do rebates back, there was going to be money in that fund. Several years ago, through accounting, the city and the county separated those pots specifically, and so it was a lot more accountability in terms of exactly the amount that the city was bringing in with rent and the amount the county was bringing in with rent. But we still maintain that 30% formula, and it just worked out the last several years. There was a 50-50 split. But as you've seen, as our county's rent dollars have declined, we're still at the 30%, but the city has a larger pot right now. That fund with the city will probably be in declining as well in the next few years. So I totally agree with Ann's points that the 2021 is sort of the gap year to be able to focus on and explore some additional funding, not to eliminate rent, but additional funding, especially as we go into 2022, 23, and beyond.
Thanks, George. Kelly?
Thanks. Yeah, REMP is an important fund, but it's not a huge fund, and it's only a partial fund for us to get to the goals that we have. And so, I think we need to continue to have a conversation about how we continue to generate funds separate from REMP to achieve our shared climate objectives. With that, I think CORE continues to be a very good, unique vehicle for delivery on projects that the city and county organizationally would have difficulty doing. But I think CORE also needs to maybe move into a new era where it stands on its own feet, and that involves CORE generating separate sources of income as well, and possibly having a board structure change, whether that's to look more like a traditional nonprofit in how they approach their work, but to not solely be comprised of our governmental entities and Holy Cross is something I would suggest for CORE to sort of explore. And Mona has mentioned that they are talking about exploring that, because CORE is going to continue, I think, to serve a very whether REMP completely dries out, CORE as an organization is going to continue to serve an important role. and I think, have its own future of success ahead of it. So that's where I stand on these things. I think with REMP, with limited dollars, we have a lot of information, and I think very clear priorities on what needs to happen to achieve our climate action plans. And I think we can spend that money in Pickens County in a way that's defensible to the limitations of a mitigation fee, and provide additional success. So if we had loads and loads of money, then looking more regionally would be more important to me. But I continue to see that as like a role as our boards in partnership, or a role as core as its standalone organization, separate from how we spend REMP.
Thank you, Kelly. I have no virtuals. Greg, you're up.
Yeah, I'm not going to add a lot to this. I think what I'm hearing is that this is going to take more discussion. I do want to bring our focus back to the actual goal, which is reducing carbon and mitigating carbon. Doesn't matter where it's produced, we're all going to breathe the air. We're all going to be suffering the consequences. So how do we put the goal, go back and review our common goals, and move forward from there. I totally believe that we need to have an equitable situation between the city and the county and who puts in what. But we have to remember, whatever the city puts in benefits everyone, whatever the county puts in benefits everyone. If we can figure out a way to expand this into other municipalities and beyond our immediate area, I think that's a goal that CORE could adopt. And I would certainly be in favor of that. We need to bring everybody in on this, and we're not going to solve the world's problems, but maybe we can create a model that will. And we've demonstrated this already. As people know, Aspen, in particular, Aspen is well known for energy efficiency and all the progressive things that have been done through brilliant people's work here over many decades. So I think this is the right track. I want to keep CORE together. We have some daunting challenges in front of us, especially with COVID, and the increased costs of everything due to the COVID, with transportation, heating buildings with fresh air instead of recirculated air, 1/3 capacity on the buses. We've got some daunting environmental issues tied to COVID, and we all need to work together on this. So I want to make sure that CORE is stronger moving forward, and that we all get back on the bus, so to speak, regarding that. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg. Skippy?
Yeah, thank you. I'll be brief. Thank you guys for kind of letting me sit back and listen. This is an area where I'm continuing to fill in the history. When CORE and the REMP started, I was in 6th grade, so it's a lot of learning for me here. I think Greg and Kelly, really said it right there, which is I think we're asking the right questions. This will be a year of transition and exploration. We're not going to solve this today, but I think it's really critical when moving forward that we do focus this on the shared goal, which is carbon reduction. The emerging inequity in budget, it's really important that we're looking at that right away, because over time that can become difficult in the partnership. But it's also really important to remember that the inequity in funding is coming because the county has now created a situation in which the CO2 is not getting out, which is actually a level up from letting it get out and then putting the money in to solve the problem. So I think really in terms of achieving the goal of reducing CO2, we really are still in the same boat in making an equitable contribution here. And so when we're looking at CORE moving forward in our contribution, rather than just focusing on the dollars, I think it would be wise to couch our investigation into what we're doing to reduce the most CO2 moving forward. And perhaps a starting point for one line of inquiry there is what can CORE uniquely deliver or more readily deliver that a county and city structure have more difficulty doing. in my limited time around here, I have noticed that, which isn't to say that either body don't do this, but I've noticed CORE being able to invest in frontline innovation and testing around things. And I've noticed that, at least in the city, we are more able to implement and scale things. And so I think just identifying what are the unique opportunities of CORE, and then asking the questions of how can it stand on its own 2 feet in doing so, as Kelly said, and then for that remaining gap of if we want it to do those things, you know, what leg to the stool do we need to bring? And then looking at that from the dollars perspective is how we may find the most mutual benefit towards that goal.
Thank you. I've got a hand up from Patty, who's been quiet, and then Rachel.
Yeah, since it's 6:01, I'm just going to kind of summarize. This has been really a really good discussion. Lots of great ideas have come forward that I think will flush out over the next year, 2001. I'm hoping staff has direction on that. I'm supportive of the budget moving forward for 2001 to keep CORE up and running while we look at ways to restructure the organization. I've been very involved in CORE for many years prior to my second terms on as commissioner, but you know, times have changed, and I think CORE is willing to change with those times. And again, I'll say lots of good ideas. Most I agree with. Some I think will get fleshed out as we move forward in 2001. So thank you, Tori. And again, it's now 6:02. I only took a minute.
Thank you, Patty. Additional comments, Rachel?
Yeah, thank you. I'm unmuted. Thank you. I appreciate what Patty just said in closing, and everyone else. I do think it's about finding a path and a way forward. The simple acknowledgement throughout this entire meeting is that times have simply changed since we were starting this program, and actually I was mayor back then in just the year 2000. So I wanted to just clarify 2 things. Both the city and the county at various times have used their REMP funds on city or county projects to increase the energy efficiency of that. That's nothing new, and that's not ever been considered an equalizing thing between the 2 pots. I mean, we certainly did with the new county building, and we apply to REMP any of our government entities just like private businesses or citizens. So it's gone everywhere from the Yellow Brick Child Care Center to any number of places. So that is not new. And we actually looked at allocating a significant amount of our REMP money to our new office project coming up just last week when we talked about the budget on the city project, which has been a little bit delayed with the COVID and the construction schedules and the shutdown. So I just want to say that. The second is just nobody's gotten off the bus. I really want to be clear on that. I think we all have the same goals. We were just told maybe a month ago about the county's budget shortfall issues, and that if we wanted to step to the plate to assure a full budget for 2021, we had that opportunity. And as a council, we said yes. So we're nowhere near off the bus, and no one's gotten off the bus. I just really had to emphasize that. But we all are looking to how do we deliver services, and what's the most effective way to do that for the dollars we have. And at some point, there's a balance between the cost of administration and physical projects, physical structures, things that have gotten changed. And I think that our task over the next year is to assure that we have effective, proactive administration, but that is not eating up all the capital that we would like to physically put into projects and into climate mitigation and energy efficiency. The other goal is going to be to find new revenue sources, since the goal of REMP was that people would eventually put it out of business by putting greater energy efficiencies into their house to begin with, and not the excessive use of energy. And that's happening more through our code changes than actual REMP itself. But that's what's happening. And so we need to continue to find new partners, find a way forward, but really look at, aggressively look at different business models for this organization going forward during this transition year. Thank you very much.
Yep. Thank you for that summary. I appreciate that. Is that George?
Yeah, just quickly, I really, I'm the chair of CORE. I've been the chair for the last 10 years. And I first of all, I really want to thank and acknowledge City Council and the city for stepping up to allow CORE to continue to provide and deliver the programs that they have in the past 20 years. So thank you for that. But you also should know that the CORE's budget that you'll see this fall is $1 million less than last year. So that's the challenge for CORE to be able to continue to deliver what we all have expected of CORE to do, and CORE is going to deliver. That shortfall in that budget will just mean that there will be less dollars going out for innovative grants and opportunities. But just so you know that the CORE budget is $1 million less than last year, and it'd be even less than that without the City Council support, at least through this interim year, as we continue to find new sources of revenue. So thank you.
Thank you. So there's been a couple summaries made here. Again, we agree on our shared values. The question was put to us, is city and county rent to support CORE, climate action, energy efficiency, and renewables? That is a definite for this coming year. We have heard from many members of both boards that there are opportunities for both various funding sources, and that needs to be looked at, and that also there are opportunities for retooling of CORE, or at least retooling some of the expectations as we move towards new energy and land use codes from our respective entities. With that being said, as we move forward, I would ask for information from staff members in the city and the county. I would be interested in having some of those numbers that go along with rent collections, where those have been scaled back. What have we learned from the county in their budget being reduced by the good action that's been taken, and how is that going to affect the city as we move forward with new land use and energy codes in our near future as well. So I think that there was a call for more information, that's some business information, the efficiency and redundancy potentials. Again, there was the call for looking at new sources of income, but there is a continued support, especially through 2021, what's being called maybe a gap year or a learning year, for some introspection into what we want from CORE and how we can get there, both on the funding and on the programming side. Kelly, additional input?
Yeah, one last thing. We just heard a little bit earlier today that it might be possible that our contribution to the CORE budget will be more than we had discussed at our last work session, just based on the ComDev activity. So I didn't want, it's not going to be equitable, it won't be a match, but that John Peacock did sort of give us that possibility out there. So I wanted you to know.
Thank you for that update. With that, I'm going to look at Ashley, Cindy, and I've got Sarah there. Is there more information that you're hoping to get from us tonight? I think what you've heard here is that everybody's looking for a learning year here in 2021 with expectations of some creative solutions on both sides moving forward.
Mr. Mayor, I feel confident in the direction I've heard tonight, where you need us to go.
Thank you, Sarah. All right. We did have a few minutes scheduled, but we are about 9 minutes past the hour. Rachel?
Yes, something really quickly for all of us. It's been pointed out to me that the census numbers from our region are really off. And it's just recently been announced that the Trump administration is ending the counting a month early, And so actually it was Nick Ireland who said, have we ever considered a joint city-county letter in the papers to encourage people with the right address information to please fill in the census, and that it will affect our funding for the next 10 years and their kids' funding in schools and all sorts of things. So that's the one thing I wanted to put out there since we had a joint meeting is perhaps Sarah and John Peacock, if the boards agree, could work on some sort of joint messaging and start pushing whatever last push we can make. Thank you.
Rachel, I'll just add, Philip Cepino was on earlier, and we talked about this a little bit, and he's on it right away, figuring out what we can do city and county to encourage.
Okay, great. Glad to hear that.
Yeah.
Philip, I noticed that you just jumped on. Do you want to give one 60-second brief update on that topic?
Thanks for the opportunity, Mayor Tory, City Council, and Board of County Commissioners. To take less than 60 seconds, I'll just suggest that because of the work that county staff and city staff and our partners throughout the valley, Snowmass Village, Basalt, Carbondale, Glenwood, Eagle County, Garfield County have done in the last 18 months in terms of building infrastructure around the Aspen to Parachute Complete Count Committee, we're in a good position to, I think, respond to some of the changes coming from the federal level in terms of their approach to completing the census over the next 2 months. And we have infrastructure in place. We have resources that we've frankly held back because of some of the changes that came out of COVID over the last 4 or 5 months to be able to respond to this. I would never suggest that our response would be sufficient to overcome gaps in the federal approach to the census, but we have the infrastructure in place, we have some resources held in reserve, and we are sort of circling the wagons, if you will, to develop a response to this change from the Census Bureau in terms of how they're approaching the last month of non-response follow-up.
Yeah, you know, I would just say, Philip, if you and Cindy feel it would help at all in even the smallest percentage in reinforcing your message with some paid advertising, please approach our board. We have a contingency fund, and you know, this is a one-shot deal. So let's try to make it happen. Thank you.
Hopefully some of that Aspen to Parachute effort has been going that direction as well. That should be up and down this valley without a doubt. Okay, Philip, thank you for staying on the call with us and giving us that brief update. Those are our items tonight. Guys, once again, it's been great that we all have shared this meeting together tonight. We don't do it often enough, so let's keep in touch. As I said before, we welcome the BOCC's input on all the things that we're looking at. We respect your opinions and perspectives, so please bring it on. Council has a collective email, that's council@cityofaspen.com, so feel free. Other than that, we're going to call an adjournment to tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Tori.
Thank you, guys.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you for everybody on Grassroots that was
Thank you,
watching us
Grassroots.
tonight.
Thanks, Grassroots.
Thank you, everybody.
Good job,
Bye-bye.
Tori. Ciao, y'all.
So I don't have to worry about our regular